Hello. All right. We're going to go ahead and call the meeting to order. Now call to order the regular city council meeting of May 5th, 2026. So moving to item 2 of the agenda, we'll do our land acknowledgement. Before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Ohlone people who are the traditional custodians of this land. We pay our respects to the Ohlone elders, past, present, and future, who call this place Ohlone land, the land that Pinole sits upon their home. We are proud to continue their tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Ohlone community for their stewardship and support, and we look forward to the strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. Okay,
Mayor, can we go back to the Pledge of Allegiance?
oh, I'm sorry. Oh, got it, how did I miss that? Everybody, if you could join me with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Sorry about that. All right, we'll keep rolling to item 3. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for the catch. So that is a roll call and City Clerk's report. Madam City Clerk.
Good evening, Mayor Tave,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Here.
Councilmember Sasai,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin,
Here.
Councilmember Toms,
Here.
Interim City Manager Evans,
Present.
City Attorney Casher.
Here.
Mayor, the agenda was posted on Friday, May 1st, 2026 at 12:30 p.m. with all legally required notices. Written comments were received in advance of the meeting, distributed to the council, posted to the city website, and are available at the back of the chambers for public viewing. Item 4A will be continued to May 19th, 2026. Does the council have any conflicts to report on the agenda tonight? Seeing none, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next item we'll take is we're going to jump around and go to item 8A, proclamations. After the proclamations, we will go into closed session for items 4B. We will resume the regular meeting at approximately 8 p.m. So we'll jump to proclamations. If the council would join me in our proclamation for Public Service Recognition Week. Public Service Recognition Week, May 3rd through the 9th, 2026. Whereas Americans are served every single day by public servants at the federal, state, county, and city levels, these individuals who do the work that keeps our nation working, and across our nation, public employees take not only positions but oaths. And
Whereas Public Service Recognition Week is a time set aside each year to honor all individuals who serve our nation as federal, state, county, and local government employees, and whereas many public servants risk their lives each day in service to the people of our communities, as well as operate our public facilities and provide the diverse services desired by the American people with integrity and efficiency. And
Whereas public servants provide institutional knowledge, experience, and continuity that supports the long-term sustainability of our community assets and organizational history. And whereas here in our city, our staff promotes and sustains the high quality of life in Pinole, and in partnership with our community delivers cost-effective services in a personal, responsive, and innovative manner. And
whereas the City of Pinole has 102 dedicated regular employees, of which 20% have over 1 decade of continuous service to our community. And of those employees, 40% have over 2 decades of continuous service to our community. And
whereas in 2025, the following City of Pinole employees celebrated milestone years of service. Markeisha Guillory, 5 years. Matt Jones, 10 years. Mike Howell, 5 years. Patrick Bowie, 20 years. Andre Roberts, 5 years. Charlene Davis, 10 years. And Ana Avila, 25 years.
now therefore I, Anthony Tave, the mayor of the city of Pinole, do hereby proclaim that May 3rd, 2026 to May 9th, 2026 is Public Service Recognition Week. All citizens are encouraged to recognize the accomplishments and contributions of government employees at all levels, federal, state, county, and city, and especially our City of Pinole employees. So, do we have somebody accepting the
We
award?
do. We have staff, yes.
All right, public service recognition. Wait, all right, everybody. Do we have any comments from council? Councilmember Martinez Rubin?
I just went up to Anna and asked her to spread the secret of enduring for 25 years in one organization. These days, I think within the past couple of decades, actually, not many people do that. For different reasons, they move elsewhere. So I'm certain that your peers have learned much from you and you from them over time, and I thank you for your interest in continuing to be a consistent presence on the second floor when people come in from outside and don't know anyone. In City Hall, it's always helpful to have the staff who are facing the public encounter someone who is willing to assist as you do. So thank you.
All right, Councilmember Sisai.
Thank you. And just the folks that I mentioned, read off here in the proclamation, just also want to express my thanks. Pleasure to work with you all. And Anna as well, 25 years. It's not easy being front-facing public employee for the city. There are great moments. There are also moments where folks are angry, upset for whatever reason it might be, but want to thank you for all your composure, but also bring a really great light energy to our City Hall. Thank you.
Well, I'll just say thank you to our staff. I know the work that we do is not easy, and at times can be difficult, especially with different regulations coming in, different operations manuals, but you guys have really held down the fort, and we just want to say thank you. Okay. All right. So we'll go ahead, move to our next proclamation, Municipal Clerks Week. Okay, got it right here. And I'm getting there. Getting there. Getting there. Oh, here we go. Need these guys. Okay. 57th Annual Professional Municipal Clerks Week, May 3rd through the 9th, 2026. Whereas the office of the professional municipal clerk, a time-honored and vital part of local government, exists throughout the world, and whereas the office of the professional municipal clerk is the oldest among public servants, and
Whereas the office of the professional municipal clerk provides the professional link between the citizens, the local governing bodies, and agencies of governments at other levels, and
Whereas professional municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal service to all, and whereas the professional municipal clerk serves as the information center on functions of local government and community, and
Whereas professional municipal clerks continually strive to improve the administration of the affairs of the office of the professional municipal clerk through participation in education programs, seminars, workshops, and the annual meetings of their state, provincial, county, and international professional organizations. And
Whereas it is most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishments of the office of the professional municipal clerk.
Now, therefore, I, Anthony Tave, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the City of Pinole, proudly recognize the week of May 3rd through 9th, May 3rd through May 9th, 2026 as Professional Municipal Clerks Week, and further extend appreciation to our Professional Municipal Clerk, Heather Bell Spears, Professional Municipal Deputy City Clerk, Roxanne Stone, and Administrative Assistant, Olivia Tucker Rojo, and to all professional municipal clerks for their vital service they perform and their exemplary dedication to the communities they represent. All right. There we go. Professional municipal clerks. Okay. Any words from the council?
Not many, I don't believe people outside of City Hall actually realize how much work goes on behind the scenes in preparation for meetings. And the office of our city clerk has much to do with that, somewhat as a coordinator of things as they relate to what department heads have to prepare for meetings as well. My summary is that a municipal clerk is no longer paper and pen. Many things digital, and always looking out for the better use of things digital. And increasingly, we're hearing more and more about AI, artificial intelligence, and certainly you have been among the staff here in trying to ensure that the data that's collected from the public is respected in such a way that confidentiality continues, and as well that private information is not disclosed to any party that does not need that information. So thank you in advance for continued work in that realm, because we all continue to learn about how AI applies in our world these days. And thank you for being here for us.
All right. Councilmember Toms and then Councilmember Sasai.
Yes, I want to recognize our city clerk staff of Roxanne Stone, Heather Bell Spears, and Olivia Tucker Rojos. The position of city clerk is vital to the city. In fact, it's one that I learned about growing up, and the importance of the city clerk when I was able to meet one of the long-term city clerks in which we named these chambers after, and that's Betty Grimes. So you're in a very important position, and we do thank you.
Thanks, and I'll just add to that and just say a big thank you to our city clerk staff. I know city clerk cannot be here tonight with us, unfortunately, but I know she's mentored by the best, and also on top of that, my understanding is that she also mentors a great deal of city clerks in the region. And so just want to thank her for professionalism, as well as staff, Deputy City Clerk Stone, also making history. I know you're in several of our proclamations as well, so I want to thank you for your leadership, professionalism, as well as Olivia as well. Pleasure to work with you all.
All right. I do have to say my thank yous as well. I'm usually on the phone with them if something's going wrong or if I'm not able to log into something, but they've been patient with me the whole time, and I just want to say thank you again for your professionalism, and Pinole's lucky to have you. All right. Okay, so we'll move on to Economic Development Week proclamation. Economic Development Week, May 4th through the 8th, 2026. Whereas economic development is a critical component of vibrant, resilient, and inclusive communities with more than 100,000 economic development professionals worldwide working to create, retain, create, retain, and expand high-quality job opportunities and support long-term equitable growth. And
Whereas economic development helps build strong neighborhoods, promotes sustainability, enhances quality of life, and generates a robust tax base that supports essential public services. And whereas economic development professionals work in rural, suburban, and urban settings across the public and private sectors, including cities, counties, chambers of commerce, universities, public-private partnerships, and nonprofit organizations, helping communities grow and thrive. And
Whereas economic developers serve as collaborative stewards and bridge builders, uniting stakeholders such as residents, businesses, elected leaders, industry partners, and educational institutions to advance workforce development, investment, infrastructure, innovation, and community prosperity. And
Whereas in the city of Pinole, the Economic Development Division, established in 2021, implements the city's economic development strategy to attract and retain businesses, support small business growth, activate underutilized sites, and promote a thriving and resilient local economy. And whereas since 1926, the International Economic Development Council has led the profession globally, promoting equitable, inclusive, and sustainable economic advancement through education, advocacy, and innovation. And
Whereas the success of economic development in Pinole is strengthened by strong partnerships among local businesses, community organizations, regional agencies, and city leadership, all working together to foster innovation, attract investment, and create a prosperous future for residents.
now, therefore, I, Anthony Tave, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, do hereby proclaim the week of May 4th through May 8th, 2026, as Economic Development Week in the City of Pinole and encourage all community members to recognize the significant contributions that economic development professionals make to the well-being and vitality of our city. All right. Okay. Do we have... All right. Awesome. Okay.
words?
Absolutely. I mean, these proclamations, we hand them out, but we don't get to say thank you enough. Like, this is the
okay.
perfect time to do it.
If
I
I
know we
may-
have
yeah.
5:48, but
Director Whalen, I think you have one of the toughest but most fun jobs. And the reason I think about that is because you work across sectors. You must work across sectors in order to do the kinds of things that us council people often generally talk about as falling under the umbrella of quality of life. That quality of life requires, in the world in which we do not barter for things, the economy of things. And so with your perspective, and your staff's work, and diligence in wanting to have Pinole become a thriving city in many different areas. Thank you for your continued service to not only looking at things in the near term, but as they will progress and look to become for not the current generation, but future generations in Pinole. Thank you.
Thanks. A lot of things uncertain in government, but one thing I'm confident about is that we have the best community development director in the business. And so just want to thank you for all your work. Amazing what you've accomplished here in Pinole, and such a pleasure to work with you and your staff who do an amazing job day in, day out. Thanks.
I'll second that. I mean, you guys are doing great. Lily, your leadership has definitely been part of the city since I've been here, and it's definitely something that just to see it grow. And Pinole's gotten so much out of your work in your office. So just want to say thank you. Okay, thanks. All right, we'll move on to Police Officer Week. Okay. Police Officer Week, May 11th through the 17th, 2026. And Peace Officers Memorial Day, May 15th, 2026. Whereas there are over 750,000 law enforcement officers serving in communities across the United States, including our current 24 sworn members of the Pinole Police Department. And
Whereas in a resolution approved by the United States Congress in 1962, the President is authorized and requested to issue proclamations designating May 15th of each year as Peace Officers Memorial Day in honor of federal, state, and municipal officers who have been killed or disabled in the line of duty, and designating in each year the calendar week during which May 15th occurs as Police Week. And
Whereas the members of the Pinole Police Department play an essential role in safeguarding the rights and freedoms of residents in the city of Pinole. And
Whereas 3 peace officers, Constable Arthur McDonald, Officer John M. Sellers, and Officer Floyd H. Schwartz, made the ultimate sacrifice, their lives, to protect the citizens of our city. And
Whereas it is important that all citizens know and understand the problems, duties, and responsibilities of their police department, agency, and that members of our police department recognize their duty to serve the people of our city by safeguarding life and property, by protecting them against violence and disorder, and by protecting the innocent against deception and the weak against oppression or intimidation.
now, therefore, I, Anthony Tave, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, call upon all citizens of the City of Pinole and upon all patriotic, civic, and educational organizations to observe the week of May 11th through the 17th as Police Officers Week, commemorating law enforcement officers in our community and across the nation, past and present, who by their faithful and loyal devotion to their responsibilities have rendered a dedicated service to their communities. I further call upon all citizens of the City of Pinole to observe May 15th, 2026 as Peace Officers Memorial Day in honor of those law enforcement officers who, through their courageous deeds, have made the ultimate sacrifice to their community or have been disabled in the performance of duty. Let us also recognize and pay respect to the survivors of our fallen heroes. Awesome. Okay. Then I don't know if Chief, you want to accept the proclamation?
Mayor and Council, I want to accept this proclamation on behalf of all of the officers and professional staff that work at the Pinole Police Department. So thank you very much for this proclamation.
Awesome. Thank you. Awesome. I think Councilmember Martinez Rubin has pushed her button, so I think she's ready to go. Any comments from council?
I pushed that button. Chief Calhoun and officers, you are like my primary care provider. I love you all, but don't want to see you anytime soon, meaning I do not want to be in a crisis where I require services. But I know that I can count on you. And I think residents in Pinole know that they can count on you. And I hope for you lots of health and ongoing safety in practicing what you do well. Thank you for keeping our city safe.
Right, well said.
And
Councilmember Sasaki.
thank you, Mayor. And let me say, too, again, we have the best chief in the business. You have been incredibly responsive to needs of Pinole. And anytime I've had to ask questions or work with a resident to talk about an issue, you've been there. So I want to thank you for your responsiveness, your professionalism, as well as all of our police officers here in Pinole. Talk about frontline staff. those are frontline staff that really put their work in, their lives on the line to protect us all. So I want to thank you all and pay respect to all of the fallen peace officers here in Pinole and across California nation. Thanks.
Councilmember Thomas, go ahead.
Yes, I want to further echo those sentiments and thank all the police officers of our city for taking on the most visible and most important jobs that we have in the city. I also want to recognize the families of the fallen officers that we have had. We still have, I'm aware of at least one family that is still connected with Pinole, and I just want to recognize her family, Bernie Schwartz's family, as we recognize the Memorial Day. Thanks.
Great. Just Chief, thank you for everything and that you do and the department does. I know that the work is never easy in that business, and you guys handle it with a sense of grace and professionalism that our community is very thankful for. So just want to say thank you to you and your team. Okay, everyone, we're through proclamations, so I think we're going to jump back to our closed session meeting and reconvene at approximately 8 o'clock. Okay, so I want to say thanks to everybody, and we'll see you at 8. So yeah, we'll go ahead and gavel in. We're still waiting on the city manager and mayor pro temp, but we'll go ahead and gavel in. Okay. All right. So we'll reconvene to open session. City attorney, we're just continuing to after the meeting, correct?
Yeah, so no reportable action, and then the city council will reconvene into closed session after the regular meeting agenda to conclude item, I think it's 4B.
Fantastic. Okay, so we'll move on to item 6, citizens to be heard. Madam Clerk.
We have Mary Horton, followed by Debbie Long, and then William Horton.
That'll teach me to turn in my card last. Okay, I get it now. My name is Mary Horton. I'm the former mayor of Pinole. I am voting no on Measure D, but I want to explain first. I have friends on both sides of the Measure D issue, which is the ballot measure for the directly elected mayor. So if I may, I would like to address Mayor Tave, the undecided voter. The issue was brought up by one of the male council members in the February 3rd council meeting and later covered by the Contra Costa News, where one council member said, "I truly believe we have to do something about our current system because it's not working." However, I want to address the fact that has been understated or even overlooked, the mayor's rotation. People will say, "Don't you want a directly elected mayor?" And I say, we already do. We elect a mayor and a vice mayor every 2 years according to vote totals at election time. It's codified in the memo, excuse me for the wokeness, memo 2010-87. The memo is then put before the council to reaffirm the election results and fold in the highest vote getter and the second highest vote getter as mayor and vice mayor for 1-year terms. This process has been around largely unchanged for about 40 years. For example, the mayor's rotation works like this. In the 2020 election, where Devin Murphy was elected with the highest votes to rotate into the mayor's chair in 2023. And Maureen Toms was elected with the second highest votes to rotate in the mayor's chair in 2024. Regarding the 2022 election, Cameron Sosai was the highest vote getter, the youngest vote getter as well, youngest mayor. Anthony Tave was the second highest vote getter and added to the rotation. The irony is that the trio of gentlemen in the center of the dais, Devin Murphy, Anthony Tave, Cameron Sosai, not only participated in the mayor's rotation, but they benefited from the mayor's rotation. At any council meeting, one can observe the trio in the center virtually pass every item with a 3-2, 4-1, or 5-0 vote, almost always with the 3 votes of Murphy, Tave, and Sosai. So it begs the question, what is not working with this system of the rotation, mayor's rotation? One could say that the system is only working too well with the three gentlemen in the center. Why then is there a directed elected mayor question even on the ballot? I would argue that...
Thank you, Speaker. Just real quick.
Okay, so I'm voting no on Measure D. Keep the mayor's rotation. No paragraphs, no kings in Pinole. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker.
Debbie Long. And then William Horton.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. I, among others, have questioned the legality of the mailer that was sent to households in Pinole. In particular, several people have referred to the mailer as a Yes on D flyer. According to the Supreme Court, they can spend money on informational materials, but those must be provided a fair, balanced presentation of the facts, both pros and cons, and not a one-sided pitch. Factors courts look at are the style and tenor or tone. A flyer that gives a positive endorsement emphasizes only benefits, omits any opposition views or downsides, and is mailed close to an election and looks like campaign advocacy, not neutral education. Explicit words like vote yes aren't even required. You might say if it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, then it's a duck. If a flyer was produced and mailed at city expense and reads like an endorsement without balance, it is likely improper. If they included language that provided a one-sided position and included language that was incorrect or misleading, then California law may have been violated. So how does this mailer violate the law? It's style and design for starters. 8 colors, 8x10 glossy. Big, bold lettering of different color, the words, "The Office of the Mayor," and in bold, smaller lettering underneath as an elected position. And we already have an Office of the Mayor, one that is rotated, but still in office. The question of why it was put on the ballot. It states the City Council approved to put it on the ballot. But should it have stated that it was either a split vote or a 3-2 vote? It sounds as if it was unanimous. Fiscal impacts of an elected mayor. It states no change in salary. However, when the discussion took place, it was decided that the salary could be decided later, with the city attorney stating it could take place at any time. The impact should have read unknown, since in essence, this is a blank check to be written in the future. How does an elected mayor impact me? That was one of the questions. The response says nothing about the impacts of an elected mayor, when it should have included that an elected mayor controls the agenda, as well as has more financial control since they also sign warrants. Currently, they only preside over a meeting and consult with the city manager on the agenda. As far as disclosing more information, it gives the city website only. But in order to balance that information, a website for the campaign against Measure D should have been added as well. Perhaps to have avoided this looking like a Yes on D mailer, there should have been a statement saying, "This is not an endorsement of Measure D, and informational only." So if the flyer was produced and mailed at city expense and reads like an endorsement without balance, it is likely improper. Please vote no on Measure D. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
Mayor and Council, my name is William Horton. I'm a Pinole taxpayer and voter. I speak against Measure D on the June 2nd ballot. It is unnecessary to have a directly elected mayor in Pinole compared to a bigger city like San Francisco. The mayoral rotation has worked efficiently in Pinole for decades. The 2 city council candidates with the highest vote totals of the citizens will be added to the mayor's list every 2 years. They will each take turns at being mayor for 1 year. This shares the mayor's duties and is very democratic. There is no problem that Measure D would fix. However, Measure D would change the mayor pro tem selection to an arbitrary majority vote of the Pinole City Council. The democratic election of the mayor pro tem would be eliminated from the vote of the people. The mayor pro tem would be substituting in absence of the mayor. Measure D wastes $55,000 from the city Pinole budget. That means less money for police, fire, parks, and streets. Your job as a city council is to provide the best quality of life for us, the taxpayers and residents. Summary, there is no problem with the mayor's rotation. All 5 council members have been mayor during the last 8 years. That is a very fair and democratic process. Please focus on police, fire, parks, and streets, and I have already voted no on Measure D.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
We have Rafael Menes, followed by Richard Kossel, and then Jennifer Horn.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. My name is Rafael Menes. I'm a resident of Pinole. And I have 2 topics I'd like to discuss tonight. First, the overall rate of COVID-19 and influenza A in the wastewater treatment values for Contra Costa and Alameda counties. So far as I can determine, that continues to be at a very low level for both viruses based on the latest CDC data coming in from last week. There's still a couple of odd outliers in Alameda, but at this point I'm reasonably confident that they are outliers given the overall trend data has been shifting towards very low, not just at the state level, but also regionally and nationally. Might be more of an issue in the summertime, but for right now, I think the risk is relatively as low as it's going to be given the current endemic situation. And my question about Measure D is more, I think, through the mayor to the council members who voted to place it on the ballot. And my question is, why was there not a pro argument submitted to the county Department of Elections to be printed along with the con argument there? Because for most ballot measures, you see a pro argument and a con argument listed. I would argue that in order to have proper democratic deliberation, you need to be able to see the pro and the con argument to be able to see not just the legal and technical and neutral text that the city attorney or whatever entity is drafting the proposition will bring forward, but also what the proponents and opponents see the measure as doing, what their goals for it are. But it's not there. Nobody filed any comments for measures E and F, I presume, because they thought that the duration of the term of the elected mayor was less material than whether or not there should be an elected mayor at all. But when I'm looking at the county pamphlet that they send out for information, all that I see is the argument against. And I guess I'm asking the council, why was an argument in favor not submitted? Was it just a matter of time? Did people not know about it? Was an argument not put together in a timely fashion? Like, what was the reason? Because if we're asking the people to vote on something, I think it's also important for the people to be informed as to, why they should vote for or against a given thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
Richard Kossel, followed by Jennifer Horn.
Hello, my name's Richard Kossel. I'd like to register my objection to the Yes on D informational flyer that was mailed to the city of Pinole residents. California law limits how taxpayer money can be used on communications to ballot measures. Public agencies cannot spend public money to advocate for or against a ballot measure. They can spend money on informational material, but those materials should be fair and balanced and present both pro and cons and not a one-sided pitch. The city of Pinole was aware of the no on D position and language prior to issuing this mailer and did not include it on the mailer. What is not allowed is a flyer that gives a positive endorsement, providing only benefits and leaving out any oppositional view. Or if it's mailed close to an election and has campaign advocacy and not neutral language. Again, the City of Pinole was aware of the no on D language and did not include it. Key cases on this is Stanson versus Mott, 1976, ruled that public agencies may spend funds on informational materials, provide fair presentation of the relevant facts, including pros and cons. They cannot engage in promotional campaign-style activities. They cannot provide a one-sided emphasis on benefits, omissions of downsides, or opposing views, positive endorsements, or distributions close to the elections, and cannot include improper advocacy. Explicit phrases like "vote yes" are not required. Supporting cases on this would be Vargas versus City of Salinas in 2009. California Supreme Court reaffirmed this case, and it reviewed the city's communications, website material, and fact sheet, and it stated that it did provide information, but it underscored that was one-sided or campaign-like effort remained improper. Citizens for Responsible Government versus City of Albany, 1997. It involved a city ballot questioning wording that included promotional language about benefits, and it also stated that it was concerned that it had a partisan slant in public materials. This was a campaign flyer. This was your yes on D replacement instead of putting it into the ballot material. And I think that was pretty bad on City Council.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
We have two online. Robert Mackey. Oh, I'm sorry. Is it Jennifer Horn? I'm sorry.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council, City Attorney, City Executive, Manager, and everybody else here. I'm here to urge the voters of Pinole to vote no on Measure D. Many of us have gotten our ballot, some have not yet, but when you get it, please open it up, make your choices, and check that box, the no box for Measure D. There are two main reasons to vote no, and we've kind of been over this a lot. One main reason that the public is not clamoring for it. In fact, they're doing anything but, right? You guys have heard many, many voices from the residents of Pinole that they did not want Measure D to put on the ballot. It wasn't mentioned by the city of Pinole or by the Pinole residents in a recent poll. And the asserted reason, mayoral legitimacy, makes no sense. There's no indication that that is an issue that needs to be addressed. It's also not fiscally prudent. $57,000 to put it on the ballot, and the mayor's salary is set by city council. It can be changed at any time and set at any rate. The second reason is probably most important of all right now, given the city's current fiscal situation. It is serious, and it needs to be addressed seriously. The city is facing a budget deficit of $4.28 million this year and will be relying on a one-time transfer to balance the budget. But what about next year, and what about the year after that? There's a structural imbalance in this city's budget, and it needs serious consideration, a thoughtful approach, and hard choices need to be made. Instead of that, we get Measure D, which is anything but serious consideration, thoughtful approach, or a hard choice to address a true issue. Seen within the context of the city's pervasive deficits and reliance on tax increases, one-time fixes, Measure D is nothing but a distraction from the real issue at hand, not to mention a complete waste of time and money. So maybe there's a third reason to vote no on Measure D. It's our way of telling this council, the three members who voted for this distraction in particular, to knock it off and to get back to business, to focus on the real issues the city faces and make the hard decisions we elected you to make. Use your creative thinking for good this time and figure out how to get this city's finances back in black. It's budget time, and we are watching. No on Measure D. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
Now we'll go online. Robin Mackey.
Speaker, you might be on mute.
Sorry, yes, okay, I'm muting, thank you. Good evening, my name is Robin Mackey. Thank you for serving our city. I walk my dog to the Pinole Valley Dog Park every day, and I'm grateful to all the people who maintain our parks in Pinole. They're well-maintained, clean, and beautiful. I'm here to share with you some things you might not be aware of. Last week, a sign went up in Pinole Valley Dog Park that said, City of Pinole Dog Park will be closed 8 to 5, May 4th and 5th for maintenance, which may include herbicide applications. I emailed recreation@pinole.gov and asked what kind of pesticide would be used and where would it be applied. As of today, I haven't received an answer. A few months back in February, I also noticed the company Marine, who does park landscaping and maintenance, applying what looked like a pesticide next to the children's playground in Pinole Valley Park. I asked the worker what he was using, and he said, spider killer. There wasn't any sign posted at all. You're probably as shocked as I am, and especially if you take your children to that playground. The public has a right to know when they're being exposed to pesticides. I would like for the City Council to, number one, find out what herbicide they're using in the dog park and where they're applying it, inside the fenced area and or outside. Number two, to contact the landscaping company Marine and find out what they're using to kill spiders next to the Pinole Valley Park Children's Playground. And number three, to tell them that they must put up signage and let the public know when they're going to be applying pesticide in the public parks. And I'd like you to report back to the public with this information at the next meeting as an agenda item. I have to say I don't feel safe going to the dog park, not knowing what my dog and I are being exposed to. I wanted to make sure that the City Council and anyone listening to this broadcast are aware that this is going on in our parks, and also that this is on record. I will follow up with an email detailing my requests to the council. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
John B. And Speaker, can you please state your first and last name for the record?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello?
go ahead.
Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
What's going on?
Is that there better? Park Children's Playground. And number three, to tell them that they must put up signage and let the public know when they're going to be applying pesticide.
Speaker, hold on. I have audio problem.
And I'd like you to report back to the public with this information at the next meeting as an agenda.
Madam Clerk, can you?
Yes. Sir, are you able to turn your TV down and can you hear us?
An email.
Yeah, I hear a recording
my
of
requests,
Robin Mackey.
To the council. Thank you very much.
Okay, sir, are you able to turn off your TV and or computer in the background because we're getting the feedback?
Okay, hang on one second. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but you have something in the background turned up and you need to turn that off.
Can you hear me okay? Okay, on. How about now?
We got you.
We can hear you. Go ahead and can you state your full name for the record?
Yes, my name is John J.
to tell
Blair.
them that they must put up signage
I'm
to let the
happy to
public
be in
know when they're
Pinole.
going to be
Okay, sir.
Hold on. I have audio problem.
Sir, you have something on in your background that needs to be turned off.
as an
Let me try
agenda.
logging on and logging off. There. Something went away. Do you hear me now?
Yes, and please state your full name for the record.
Okay, sorry about all these tech glitches. My name is John J.
Madam
Blair,
Clerk, can you?
Yes.
and I'm glad to be
Sir,
in
are
Pinole.
you able to turn your TV down and can you hear us?
An email
Yeah, I hear a
detailing
recording
my
of
request,
Robin Mack.
to the council. Thank you very much.
Mayor, he's logged off.
Okay, I think we'll go to the next speaker. Hopefully, the technical difficulty will remedy at some point. But speaker, we do have a comment at the end of the meeting. There's a second round that you could join in on item 13 after we get through the presentations. Okay, Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Thank you. That concludes public comment.
Okay, so we got through citizens to be heard. We'll move on to item 7, reports and communications, mayor's report. I only have one item that I ran into a few citizens and contacted the city manager about early morning around Sprouts, and I know this has been discussed with council, but a couple of citizens that were sitting at the bus stop approached me about lighting. And it appears that one of the lights is blocked by branches, so it doesn't light the specific. It's almost like there's light, the bus stop, and then no light. It's just like super dark. So I was just wondering if there was something that Public Works or the team might be able to look at. Other than that, I just had that announcement, something I ran into, and I know that a few citizens were also contacted about it as well. So it's something we can look into. Okay, so we can move to mayor and council appointments. Looks like we don't have any of those. Move to item C, city council committee reports and communications. I'll start to my left with Councilmember Toms.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Since we last met in April, I attended the Cal Cities City Leadership event in Sacramento and attended several sessions, including sessions entitled How Government Can Partner with Youth. And there were a couple of communities that had a Children and Youth Bill of Rights that really engaged youth in the city, and I was thinking, for future, we may want to do that at the beginning of the fall, kind of visit that as something that we can look at for the new students entering the new school year. Another session, which was really important, and there were presenters from Solano County, Suisun specifically, that talked about rumors and how to address crises. This was the example of the California Forever project that's proposed outside of Suisun. And then there was another speaker who talked about emergency communication. We also had an opportunity to meet with our assembly members' staff and also our Senator Arreguín on some of the bills that are proposed from Cal Cities that would benefit our area. And I just want to highlight specifically that there is a bill that we were asking both of them to support, and that had to do with increasing fines for theft of copper wires because the damage that is done is just, it multiplies the actual benefit, or whatever the resale value is. It's just incredibly damaging, and we shared the problem that we experienced here in Pinole with lines being cut and are having to reroute emergency communications And then, the problems that we've had here at City Hall. City of Richmond was also in attendance at this meeting and gave examples of their streetlights that have gone out. But there's a number of bills that we were there to discuss, and it was a really good opportunity, and our state senator gave us quite a bit of his time, mainly because he was just done in committee, so he was free for the rest of the afternoon. Upcoming meetings that I have at the end of this week and next week is all wildfire related. I will be attending a wildfire working group, a task force meeting on Friday. We have our East Bay Wildfire Government Coalition meeting next week, and then I'm going to be attending an introduction to land use planning for wildfires in California in Chico next week as well. So that's what the topic's going to be for the next week and a half. And that's the end of my report.
Fantastic. Thank you, Councilmember Toms. Councilmember Sasai, please go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll start with committees first. For the public, the WCTAC, or West Country Cost of Transportation Commission meeting that was set for April 10th, has been canceled. The next meeting will be on May 22nd. Other committee I'm on is WestCat. No new updates from the last time I gave a report, but do just want to highlight, now that we have some information on this, that there are free weekend rides all summer long. It starts on May 16th. And you can do that and gain the benefit from that until July 26th. Saturdays and Sundays only. You just have to get on board a WestCat bus. You don't need a pass, a ticket, or a payment. You can enjoy free rides during the weekends during that time period. I want to mention too, joined our fellow local electeds at Cal Cities in Sacramento. It was much smaller than the previous one we had this past year, but great to convene with. I know we had the first ever inaugural Young Electeds group convene formally and be recognized by Cal Cities, so I want to thank my colleagues for their work on that. And also great to be attending some of the panels. One I want to highlight is the immigration rights panel that we had. I think it was somebody from the Riverside, not county, it was the chief of police for City of Riverside who was taking the lead on some of those issues in his city, as well as somebody from a nonprofit on immigrant rights. And great to see some of the work that other cities and counties have been doing to protect our vulnerable communities at this time. I want to mention too that I met with the Pinole Players Board, joined them for their board meeting, went on site, and I know came last meeting and had some requests, and so City Manager, I'll email you with some details there and how to move that forward in terms of getting their art on the face of the building and other things that they have requested as well. Last thing, I was honored to give the first pitch at the A's game last Friday, and I mentioned that because I did represent Pinole in my capacity as a council member, and so just great to see the community there, and ran into some people who were from Pinole who attended, so it was really great to share a moment with the rest of the community. Things are my only updates, and I have some comments for another item on 7. Thanks.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Sasai. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, please.
Yes, and thank you, Mayor. I'll keep it very brief. First of all, I just wanted to request that staff follow up on the public comments that have been made around the dog park. I'm getting a lot of inquiries about just updates there, and I know our residents love our dog park. So if y'all can just get back to them and also just put something on the website as well with additional information, that'd be great. Also wanted to uplift that our next MCE board meeting is actually not next week. Next week, representatives from MCE as well as all of the community choice aggregators across the state will be meeting in Sacramento. So for those of you who are familiar with the California League of Cities, there's something very similar to that called CalCCA, the California Community Choice Association. Those of us who represent our cities as well as each CCA will be meeting in Sacramento to discuss first of all, celebrating our 10-year anniversary as an association, but also discussing next steps around issues dealing with rebate and programs, our rates and options, and of course our community programs that we do in all of our cities and our jurisdictions. And then the next MCE board meeting will be on would be on May 21st. So just wanted to update the community on that. And last but not least, just wanted to also thank you to the residents who reach out to me every day. There are so many folks who have questions, but also really just need navigation of the website. So shout out to our website and IT team, because I'm oftentimes referring residents to our website and identifying where folks can fix their problems. But just wanted to also commend residents for continuing the communication, reaching out for coffee. Love doing those things. We'll continue to do those things, and just really honored and humbled to serve this vibrant and wonderful community. So that's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
Thank you. I also got to attend the City Leaders Summit in Sacramento, and a number of sessions that were quite informative and always learning opportunities. I attended one that was focused on water, and I'm trying to find my notes so that I don't misinform you. But one of the things that came out of that was certainly a lot of terminology that people most involved in water issues are very well acquainted with, and very thought-provoking. And a very simple but thought-provoking question that came out of that session is how do we mitigate when problems when water becomes scarce? And we're often, I think most of us can recall when we have been asked to not take longer showers, do our individual share to not use as much water for personal use. But there are larger issues associated with water, and among those are land use, which is what was interesting to me. And how do we go about planning in cities so that we take into account what is developed and the eventual necessity for water? So that kind of matter is certainly of interest and ongoing as we continue to have developments and want to develop more. Another session that I attended focused on childcare as infrastructure, and that was quite interesting and exciting, and made me very proud that here in Pinole we have tiny tots, and that we have for several decades now considered that an important service to our residents, as well as a matter of necessity to offer parents a means to continue developing their own economic plans, their individual, personal, family economic plans. And so just reframing the matter of childcare was very eye-opening to me personally, and a reminder that perhaps we ought to have a presentation on tiny tots and all that it has been doing for us, and seeing it through that lens, how it continues to offer parents an opportunity to be part of the economy and in turn be part of the sector of consumers that we rely on when we have reliance on sales tax and property taxes, et cetera. So another session was on local government and immigration enforcement policy, and a delight there was as well something that the city had introduced last year about how we are addressing unreasonable staging by ICE on properties that otherwise would be for the city, and how we've put in place not only a resolution but an ordinance associated with that. So interestingly enough, or maybe not so surprising, not all cities have something like that. So that speaks to what we consider among the matters that we consider important here, and that's fair treatment of everyone. What was fun as a closing session was to hear an author, the author of a book titled 13 Ways to Kill Your Community. And although the author was Canadian, a lot of what he said had great relevance to cities here in the States. And among the things that he mentioned was, again, to not plan for not only quantity, but the quality of water, the water that's available to us, that comes out of our tap, as well as the water that's used for infrastructure. Not to attract business or businesses is something that can kill a community. And here we're speaking about economic development or the availability to, not the availability, but the existence of competition. And I can recall in this city, some folks being afraid of competition, but competition creates diversity in economy, and economy creates, and that diversity allows for opportunities and options for consumers to access different services and different prices and different consumer goods. Another way to, quote, kill your community is not to engage youth or not to engage seniors. So we've got both spectrums of the life cycle and another reminder of the importance of including all demographics in the work that we do and in the activities for which we plan. Deceiving ourselves and believing that we are ever so unique. I think we've heard this at other Cal Cities events, that we have more commonalities than differences across the state. And so to learn from each other is important so that we don't, quote, reinvent the wheel and thus make our efforts that much more costly because we're believing that we are creating something completely new. Not shopping in our own cities. We all, actually, we invite people to come to Pinole and shop, and we appreciate that they are consumers here in our city. Very simply, but not to address the aesthetics. And I have had conversations with our inner city manager about the importance of the smaller things, that visual, the aesthetics that invite or disinvite people to be part of our city. Not to cooperate amongst ourselves or sectorially or across regions. Living in the past. And he cited some examples of the kind of thinking that reflects living in the past. One of them that he had an acronym for, he titled FEAR, F-E-A-R, Fire Up Everyone Against Reasonable Solutions. But the better lesson that I learned was, can we, rather than have conversations about yet another solution, can we have conversations about one less problem? And so that was a good takeaway for me. Reject everything new, and I think we hear different variations of that here. Ignore outsiders, and again, that's disinviting innovative and different perspectives to cities. Can also create an atmosphere where we limit the experiences that we have for the perspectives that inform our decisions. Growing complacent. We can do that ever so easily if we're not reminded of that by someone who hasn't been part of a discussion or who has entered into a discussion at a point where we're close to making a decision, but we haven't heard that last input. So again, public comment is that much more important. And not taking responsibility because we don't want to be blamed. We love the glory and we love the kudos, but we also have to remind ourselves that we are responsible for the decisions that we make, and some of those decisions don't and won't work. And so I had a lot to learn there, and I hope that next time I can see more of you at the sessions. And that is my report for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Rubin. We'll go ahead and jump to council requests for future agenda items, item 7D. Does the council have any future agenda items?
I was, if I may, yeah. Given the comments of the person from the public, could we have a brief presentation on the kinds of pesticides and herbicides that have been used? I think also what reminded me is the gopher problem. And I know that's been addressed, but there must be some way that we've done it that meshes with the natural cycle of things. So I would like to have a presentation on what we're using, what the city is using.
Thanks. I'll second that.
Okay, just a quick comment. What do you mean by brief?
Our usual request, I believe, is about a 12 to 15-minute presentation by a speaker, and I think that would apply as well to staff, and then allow some questions and answers from the
Okay.
either the public or the dais.
So just a very simple
Here's what we're
presentation on
using.
what we're doing, how we're doing it. I'd also like to know if there is temporary signage put up, and what that might look like if there was, just so that if somebody says, hey, we're spraying in this area. But yeah, okay, just wanted that quick clarification just so that we can make sure this is more informative in nature. Madam Clerk? I think we had a motion. Councilmember
Yes, we had a
Martinez,
motion and a second.
Okay.
Mayor Tave,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Are there any other? Okay, I'd like to bring up one item, and it's something that we were doing in the past, was somewhat of a report out of, the potholes and all of that type of reporting is maybe some of the activity that's been going on in the city. And usually, I think last time it was through the city manager's report, was just some quick data points for community. I don't know if that's something that we can maybe bring back, or I know there's a few presentations that are probably on its way, but just a quick snapshot of what we're doing as far as the maintenance in the field, or anything of note.
I would be happy to bring that forward in
Great.
the next city manager report, at least an update, and then continue that.
Okay. I don't know if we need a motion or anything for that, but all right. Okay, so seeing no other future agenda items, wondering if we can move to 7E. We'll do city manager report.
No city manager report this evening, but I'm anticipating one on the next one.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see. Okay, moving to 7F.
Thank you, Mayor Tave. Nothing to report this evening.
Councilmember Sai, go ahead.
Yes. City Attorney, would you be willing to just respond to the public comments regarding the mailer on Measure D, E, and F, and your opinion on the whether or not it's legally defensible?
I'm happy to, through the chair. So there's reference to multiple cases. There are legal standards that apply. It's mostly under the Public Resources Code. There's a prohibition on using public resources for campaign purposes. It's something that we're very familiar with. There's lots of case studies out there on agencies that have been cited and fined for violations of that. The mailer that we prepared was reviewed by the city attorney's office, obviously, and staff. We feel like it's very content neutral and is educational in its purpose and nature. It certainly wasn't intended to advocate for any position. And I'll just note it would be just the idea of including an opposition kind of website on it is not anything that we would do. So it's really just to provide educational information to members of the public so that they're informed that there's a ballot measure that's on in June and what it essentially would involve and what it means. So I'm happy to speak with any members of the public who have questions about that to clarify any points. I appreciate the public comment and would be happy to discuss that with anybody who's interested.
Thanks, City Attorney. Appreciate it.
Can I also ask a question? I know that there were two speakers, and one mentioned $55,000 for the ballot measure, and then one mentioned $57,000. It seems like there might be some confusion as to what the number was to actually put a measure on the ballot. And this is what the county would charge any city, or was it particular to this city for a ballot measure?
Yeah, so I believe that reference is directly from our staff report when we prepared the staff report to provide context for the cost associated with the ballot measure. It was an estimate, but it was based on prior years, the cost associated with advancing a ballot measure for a primary election, which tends to be a little bit more expensive than a November election. And it also included cost associated with staff time to put it on. So it was an estimate, but it was a pretty conservative estimate. We don't believe it was more than that. But it was from the staff report, and maybe there was, I think it was 57 that was in the staff report, but I'd have to check. Yeah.
Okay. Do we have that number, or is that something that maybe we can get?
The actual costs?
Yeah, just so that it's clear for everyone what the number was.
Yeah. We could certainly pull that together.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. All right. So that was 7F. Next on the agenda, we're going to move to item 9, since we've already done our proclamations and recognitions, presentations, and community events. So we'll move to item 9, consent calendar. Was there any council member that'd like to pull an item? No? Okay. We'll move to public comment.
Rafael Menace.
Good evening again. Just a brief comment on item 9A, page number 25. I wanted to thank Director Shell for getting back to me on comments about item 9. Let's see. D, yes, clarifying it was the 2025 values and not the 2026 ones. And noting that, I would appreciate replies back from staff on the remaining items. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Are there any other speakers for item 9 consent calendar?
That concludes public comment.
Okay, bringing it back to council, would be looking for a motion.
Move to approve consent
Second?
calendar.
Second?
I'll
Okay.
second.
Second by Councilmember Toms. Madam Clerk.
Mayor Tave,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Aye.
Councilmember Sasai.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, item 10, we'll be moving to public hearings. Let's see, so 10A, we're conducting a public hearing. Oh,
It's being
continuing. I should be going to the city manager for to guide us through this for item 10.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. As noted, we are asking to continue the item to May 19th, but do recommend that you open the public hearing, see if there are any comments from public here, and then we would, now, do you keep the public hearing open? I'm just confirming with the city attorney.
Yeah, we could open the public meeting and continue it to
May 19th.
the date certain, yeah.
Okay. All right, so we'll open the public hearing for item 10A. Do we take public comment? Yeah, we could, right? Is there any public comment for item 10A?
There are no public comments.
Okay, so we'll,
Mr. Mayor, I'll move that we continue this to May 19th.
okay, motion by Councilmember Tom, second. Do we have a
Second.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem Murphy. Madam Clerk, can we?
Mayor Tave,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Aye.
Councilmember Sasai,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, so moving to item 11, old business, we have none. Moving to item 12, new business, city manager.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. Tonight's first new business item is the preliminary proposed fiscal year 26-27 operating and capital budget. Staff will be presenting a budget update that includes comments from the Finance Subcommittee. Quite a few of my overarching comments that you'll hear in the next couple moments are similar to the comments I made last week at the Finance Subcommittee. Just want to share them with the full council. I'd certainly like to start off by thanking Markeisha and her team at the Finance Department. They have done an excellent job pulling this together and being very responsive to the departments, to myself, and to others as we put this together. I'd like to thank all the department heads and staff. This isn't the most fun experience when you prepare reduced budgets. I want to thank the mayor for a suggestion to create a 3-6-10 budget cut sort of way to kick this budget discussion off as we looked at the deficit levels and how to address it. You'll notice as staff gets into the departmental cuts, especially if you look at the 6 to 10% levels, staff is looking at potential existing vacancies or potential reductions in staffing levels. I think during the next fiscal year, staff and the Finance Subcommittee should spend time reviewing some of these 6 and 10% cuts to see if there are opportunities to prepare for the fiscal year 27-28 budget. But take the time there. What we are proposing and look forward to the input by the council is the 3% level. That should generate about $1 million in savings. When you add with that the $1 million from what we're anticipating with Confire in our discussions, and then utilizing half of what was originally projected roughly of the 115 trust for this year to make a softer landing over the next 2 to 3 years and then have a balanced budget. Also included in this budget, just to keep in mind, is about almost $1.5 million of capital improvement projects using general fund. So there's a couple levers in there that are making this go up a little bit higher than then we'd like to see, and certainly we can work with the Finance Subcommittee or the Infrastructure and Transportation ad hoc to make sure that there's a priority looking at how do the monies, and this is, I'm taking away from my next comments and the next staff item, but working with the council to make sure that capital projects and those dollars that do use general fund are going to the projects that the council wants and the community wants, which certainly I've heard over and over, which is roads. But going back, the positive message here is the Yellow Brick Road is a pathway for a balanced budget that begins this coming fiscal year without the need for draconian cuts. It does require some discipline, and if there are cost increases, staff needs to identify the offsets for the council to consider to keep that budget balanced. And again, look forward to your comments on levels of reductions, assumptions, and the Yellow Brick Road. I'll hand it over to our wonderful finance director.
Thank you, City Manager Evans. Good evening, Mayor Tave, members of the City Council, staff, and members of the community. This evening, we're bringing forward the preliminary proposed fiscal year 2026-27 budget for your review. Next slide. For this item, staff recommends that the City Council review the preliminary proposed budget and provide direction to staff for changes to incorporate into the next draft of the document, which is the revised proposed version. Next slide. So before we take a look at the numbers, staff wanted to provide a recap of the budget development process. This process consists of a series of activities involving staff, the council, and the community. And the goal is to build the budget for the upcoming fiscal year. We're in the formulation phase of the overall budget cycle. The Finance Subcommittee has held several meetings during which it has reviewed financial policies, the preliminary long-term financial forecast, as well as the preliminary budget. Staff has held a number of internal meetings, including detailed budget review with the Finance Department and with the City Manager. The City Council held a special City Council meeting or budget workshop on March 31st, and provided some feedback during that meeting, including the direction to provide 3%, 6%, and 10% budget reduction scenarios. The Finance Subcommittee held a meeting on April 29th to review the preliminary proposed budget and long-term financial forecast as well. And that brings us to today, where we're presenting the preliminary proposed budget. Upcoming meetings will include the revised proposed budget on June 2nd, and the plan is to have the budget adopted by the City Council on June 16th. It should also be noted that the budget this process is an iterative process, meaning that the budget will continue to be updated until final adoption. And that includes a number of items. For example, when we receive updated budget projections, those are included. Also, we're working to close the budget gap, so that in itself will cause some changes to the budget. So in the revised proposed budget, you'll see different numbers than what you see tonight, and we'll continue to refine it in an effort to present a balanced budget for adoption. Next slide. Oh, I'm sorry, this is the correct one. So looking at the general fund baseline budget, we start with our revenues. The city does have a diverse revenue base, and overall general fund revenues are projected to increase by 3% from the current fiscal year 2025-26. The major tax categories, including property tax, sales tax, utility users tax, franchise, transient occupancy tax, and business license, also including intergovernmental, show modest but steady growth overall. There are some where we see significant growth, and that's for several reasons. For example, in the utility users tax, we see a 17% growth, and that's because this is based on what we are projecting to receive in the current fiscal year, which is significantly higher than the budget. Also, if we look at franchise taxes, we see a bit of a decrease there of about 2%. And that's mostly because of the cable franchise taxes continue to decline, and that's just due to consumers shifting away from traditional cable services. We also see a decrease in the transient occupancy tax of about 13%, and that's just due to trends and also due to some outstanding receipts that the city has not received. And then lastly, for fees, we also see a 16% decrease, and that's mostly due to abatement fees in the code enforcement area, where we're starting to see improvements, and so less fees are being assessed. So again, overall, we're looking at a 3% increase, which equates to approximately $942,000 from the previous fiscal year. Next slide. So looking at our expenditures, these are all of the items that our revenues cover or fund. Expenditures are projected to increase 6% over last year or over the current year, and that equates to about $1.8 million. For salaries and wages, we do assume a 3% cost of living adjustment across the board. We included the 3% just to be consistent with the current fiscal year, but no final decisions have been made. For benefits, specifically with CalPERS, we're seeing a 10% increase. For other benefits, a 9% increase, and that's mostly due to increases in health care. Looking at professional services, specifically the fire services contract, which is broken out below the professional services line, we're looking at an increase of 8%. And the city's fire-related obligations, we're looking at an increase of 9%. And that aligns with the increase in CalPERS because that is one of the costs that remains with the city, and that is the payment for the unfunded liability that the city is obligated to pay for former retired fire staff. And if we go down to transfers out, which is our operating subsidies to other funds, we see a decrease of 6%. And this is just due to a lower subsidy to the planning division within the community development department. And I will provide more information on that when we get to that budget slide. Next slide. So here we wanted to show or to provide a breakdown of the general fund transfers to other funds to support operations where the costs are not fully cost recoverable. And there are three main areas. It's the recreation fund of about $1.8 million, and it's spread out across administration, the senior center, Tiny Tots, the youth center, and the swim center. The planning and building fund also receives a subsidy of $491,000, and that is in the planning division, which is not able to cover 100% of its costs. And then the Pinole Community Television, or PCTV, receives a general fund subsidy of $478,000. And then also contributions to other funds includes the Equipment Reserve Fund, and this is where we try to build up funds for equipment and vehicle replacement as needed. So there's a flat $150,000 transfer to that fund every year. Also should be noted that past annual transfers of $250,000 each built fund balances of $1.9 million in the City Road Improvements Fund and $1.3 million in the Arterial Rehabilitation Fund for road projects. And portions of those funds are budgeted to be used in the next fiscal year for some road projects, and you'll hear more about those in the CIP presentation. Next slide. So putting it all together and looking at the revenues versus the expenditures brings us to a projected budget deficit of approximately $852,000. If we're looking at our overall long-term structural deficit, it actually comes to $4.3 million, and that is due to considering or classifying our transfer from the Section 115 trust as one-time revenue as opposed to ongoing. And that is because if we continue to withdraw from the trust at the rate that we're withdrawing now, it's expected to be fully depleted by fiscal year 2029-30. And so if we were to pull that below the line, our structural deficit is approximately $4.3 million that we're looking to start addressing through long-term fiscal planning. Next slide. So as was mentioned during the budget workshop, staff was directed to prepare 3%, 6%, and 10% budget scenarios. All of the details are provided in your attachments in attachment B to the staff report. But here we wanted to highlight the 3% scenario just because it's consistent with the budget deficit that we're estimating. It comes out to about $738,000. And as we can see, there are a number of service level impacts that staff has considered as we work through this process. So it's listed by department, and we're looking at a number of impacts, such as elimination of public meeting support and meeting minutes, lots of reduced training opportunities across the board, across all departments. We're looking at a number of consulting activities that would have to be eliminated, a number of city events, community outreach items, also looking at vacant positions as well, possibly freezing those, employment or employee activities, including wellness programs and appreciations. In the technology area, looking at reduced support for our online payment system. Pinole Community TV, we're looking at a number of repairs that would have to be eliminated from this budget for the truck and movie screen repairs, and also outreach materials. Looking in the public safety area, a number of functions would have to be absorbed by sergeants. Reducing patrol availability, reduced parking enforcement and transportation to the jail, possibly no crossing guard, and so on. And so all of those details are listed in the report. We're looking at the public works area. Certain levels of service typically handled by junior staff would have to be taken on by more senior staff, and that could lead to delays in projects. Next slide. So as we're looking at the full budget picture, I also wanted to provide some information on estimated reserve balances that the city continues to carry, and we would like to keep those in place. And so we have 4 different pots here of reserves, and they're set up for different purposes. So looking at the general fund unassigned fund balance, we're projecting a balance of about $4.2 million. Some of that funding in the past has been used to pay for or fund some capital projects or one-time initiatives. But as we can see, if we continue using that funding source in the same way, it continues to decrease. It's a one-time source of funding that will not be replenished. And so we would really need to be careful about how we're using those funds. In addition to that, it's always good for a city to keep a certain level of unassigned fund balance to carry us through the fiscal year when we have low points of cash flows. For instance, we don't receive our first major installment of property tax until December. So from July through December, the unassigned fund balance helps us to float until we receive that funding source. The general reserve, which remains intact as well, this is based on the city's general reserve policy to maintain 25% of total ongoing general fund expenditures. We continue to maintain that. We're looking at an estimated balance of $7.8 million for the upcoming fiscal year, which aligns or complies with the policy. We also have an equipment reserve fund, which I mentioned, which receives $150,000 each fiscal year, and that balance is expected to be about $153,000 before we transfer in the annual amount. And then we have our Section 115 trust. So after this year's transfer into the general fund, we're estimating a balance of about $12.1 million for next fiscal year.
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
So the 12 million here, that has the 4 million, or it's assumed that that's taken out. So it's really 16 as of today.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so, all right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
To question as well. That 16 million was the initial amount in the trust.
Back in 2018?
Yes.
Are you going back to? It was approximately 16 million, yes.
So it hasn't grown very much, really, right? It's been a fund that's been available in time of need to help offset costs in pension. And this the proposed amount for FY 26-27 is one of the larger amounts that at least that I have seen, right, in recent years, or in our 5 years in common.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So and I just like to mention, it's actually seen some significant growth. It's just that the rate at which we're withdrawing the funds has grown since then. So at one point, it was over $20 million, but over the last few years, it's approximately $2.3 million, and it grows with the cost in the pension requirements. Yeah.
Thanks for clarifying that.
Yes, you're
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's okay. This is good. Okay, next slide, please. So, to work toward sustainability, it's important to zoom out to the full financial forecast and address challenges and opportunities through the annual budget process. And that is one of the goals of preparing a long-term financial forecast. To achieve this, the city maintains a 10 to 20-year financial forecast that has been presented to the Finance Subcommittee as well as to the full City Council during the special meeting. Some key elements of the forecast includes the transfer in from the Section 115 trust being moved below the line to reflect that it's a one-time funding source. Projected expenditures include a 1% cost of living adjustment, and that is consistent with the forecast that was presented before. Fire-related costs have been separated to show estimated contract costs versus the city's ongoing costs. And it also includes the yellow brick road model, which has been incorporated to guide the development of a phased approach to address projected budget deficits through a combination of revenue increases as well as expenditure reductions during the annual budget process. Next slide. So here's a recap of the preliminary long-term forecast, which was initially presented. And at that time, we showed a deficit for fiscal year 27 or 2026-27 of approximately $718,000. We've since updated the forecast to provide more information and to also include the yellow brick road. Next slide. So here we include the initial 2026-27 projection, and we also added in the updated projection. And as was mentioned earlier, we are looking at a deficit of approximately $852,000 if we're not counting the Section 115 trust. We've also provided more detail, so you'll see a number of additional revenue and expenditure categories included in the forecast. We also included in the last column the compounded annual growth rate, so you get an idea of how revenues and expenditures are growing annually. Next slide. And then here we have the side-by-side comparison of the initial projection for next fiscal year versus the updated budget. And next slide. So here we're showing the yellow brick road, and the idea here is to show the actual structural deficit. And again, dropping the Section 115 trust below the line since it is not considered ongoing at the current rate. We're looking at a deficit of approximately $4.2 million, which continues to grow throughout the forecast. And then we also are looking at a number of ways to start to address the long-term structural deficit. One includes the 3% expenditure reductions, which comes out to just under $1 million as an estimate, and also considering discussions with ComFire to possibly renegotiate the contract there, which we could potentially realize another $1 million. If that were factored in, we would reduce the transfer from the Section 115 trust from the $3.4 million down to $2 million. And then going out each year, we would carry forward the reductions that we would make in the fiscal year 2026-27, carry those forward to future years, and also look for additional reductions each year, but also look for revenue enhancements at the same time. So a combination of both of those to continue to cut away at the structural deficit. And what you see here is that over time, we start to withdraw less from the Section 115 trust. And the goal is to preserve the lifespan of that trust beyond the next 4 fiscal years.
And if I could jump in, when you look at this, as I mentioned, there are certain elements within that 610 cut range that really could be looked at for the 28F column, if you will, as well as then at 29, what other revenue enhancements? Because every 2 to 3 years, you would like to have another revenue addition, not just cuts, because it just wears down an organization if you just continually contract. So whether that's hotel, whether that's retail, whether that's cannabis, whatever those topics could be, you want to really set a goal for staff to try and achieve and bring that forward to you all. Another hotel, $500,000. Great, that takes care of that column, or that block, if you will. And every 2 to 3 years, you just keep on trying to expand the economic base, because you'll have I think the growth is about 800,000 this year from last year, or this current fiscal year to next fiscal year overall. But sales tax and property tax only takes so much of that. So you have to plan out, that's going to be a steady growth. How can we make sure we're ahead of CalPERS and OPEB and other costs that may be going faster than 2 or 3% and always keeping pace? And so that's where you want to try and find more revenue opportunities.
Okay, so shifting to the other operating funds in the city, outside of the general fund. 3 of the operating funds, which I discussed earlier, does receive subsidies from the general fund for their operations. But starting with the recreation fund, which receives the majority of its revenue, or a good portion of its revenue, from program fees, and also receives $1.8 million from the general fund. And there are no significant increases in the expenditures. These are pretty much ongoing expenditures, and they line up with the growth that we see in the same areas in the general fund. Next slide. Next is the Planning and Building Fund, and this fund receives a general fund subsidy as well, specifically for the planning unit. The building division fully recovers all of its costs. A couple of items to highlight here is the grants category. The Community Development Department has pursued and received several grants that add up to about $1.3 million. And you'll also see that the professional services category under expenditures increases significantly, and that's mostly for grant expenditures. So those are fully covered by that. The fund also receives fees from licenses and permits, as well as fees. And the increases that we see here are based on the updated master fee schedule that will be coming before you very soon for adoption. Next slide, please. So the Pinole Community Television Fund also receives revenue from franchise taxes, charges for services. The majority of those are from internal departments for services provided by PCTV. And then also receives a transfer in from the general fund. And again, no major increases in the expenditures for the upcoming fiscal year. Next slide. And then the last fund is which is a major enterprise, is the Sewer Enterprise Fund. It's fully sustainable. The fund includes operating costs as well as capital improvement projects. Receives charges for services, which are assessed on property tax bills, and also receives charges for services from Hercules. You'll notice that capital outlay has decreased significantly from the current fiscal year, and that's mostly due to how capital projects are accounted for in the budget. In prior years, 5 years' worth of capital projects were front-loaded into the budget. For this year, the enterprise is looking at capital projects on an annual basis, and so the $6.4 million that you see budgeted is for 1 year, whereas the $29.2 million in the current fiscal year included 5 years' worth of capital improvement projects. So it's a change in the accounting method. And then also it goes back to the charges for services on the Hercules side, because the capital improvement projects were reduced. That also reduces its share of costs. Next slide. So looking at the preliminary proposed budget for all funds, which includes the general fund, it includes special revenue funds, specifically for capital improvement projects, as well as some public safety special revenue. Next slide. It also includes capital project funds. The major two are the two that I mentioned earlier that the general fund contributed to, and that's the City Street Improvements Fund, as well as the Arterial Streets Rehabilitation Fund. This also includes both of the enterprise funds, the sewer and PCTV, and then the Section 115 trust as well. So looking at all funds across all city operations, the preliminary proposed budget totals approximately $74.4 million. Next slide. And finally, next steps in this process would be for staff to receive recommendations from the City Council this evening for incorporation into the next version of the budget, which is the revised proposed budget. And that budget will be presented to the City Council on June 6th. And that concludes the presentation, and staff is available for any questions.
Okay, so we'll bring it back to council. We'll start on my left, Councilmember Toms. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. I'm going to start with page 4 of the presentation. The third to the final line is other revenues, and there's been a 35% decrease. And I'm wondering what that represents.
So there's a couple of things. One is the rental income from the post office. That's the major one. The other is a reduction in the projection for investment income. We have less idle funds to invest, which results in less interest income. So those are the two main factors.
So is that related to the balance of the 115 trust going down, or is that, that's
It's
the
just the
reserve?
unassigned fund balance in the general fund. Mhm.
Okay, thank you. On the next page, under fire service contract, this shows an 8% increase, but that doesn't take, I'm assuming that doesn't take into account a potential renegotiation of $1 million.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you for that. And then on the next page, under transfers to other funds, that would be page 6. Oh yeah, there it is. Where it talks about tiny tots. And, I'm kind of thinking that there are, regular market rate nursery schools that, are treated like a business and they're not subsidized. Can we perhaps take a look at how we're operating this? Are we subsidizing childcare for residents? How are we compared to, say, a Montessori type preschool? And should we, kind of take a look at our business model there, where only a portion of the residents could, benefit from having sort of a city subsidized program? something to think about. Let's see, general fund. And on page 8, I noticed that the reduction for the city council is only $8,456. And we, 2 years ago, we tripled the expenditure for travel. I'd be in favor of dropping that down quite a bit more and being able to use less of our 115 trust. I think it's really hard for us to ask our other departments to do reductions when we're not able to do the same for ourselves. And then just an overall comment on the 115 trust is that for many years, since it was established in 2018, with a $16 million balance, and today we're at $16 million, that tells me that we've been able to operate on the interest. We've been able to pay on the interest. And the more that we draw that down, that interest is not going to be available, and that's just going to get flushed away, that potential. So whatever we can do to rely less on that 115 trust in the longer term, we're going to be in better shape. And those are the only questions that I had marked. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Sai.
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you for your presentation. First of a few for budget. And the first question I have is if you can report out any of the feedback, recommendations from the Finance Subcommittee, and open to members of the subcommittee as well. Hopefully can inform the discussion here tonight. Or just key takeaways from.
Okay. I don't remember what we. I don't recall any specific.
Some of the comments and we, with production time, we just didn't have time, was to add. We had created specific sheets looking at the 3-6-10s, and we had just listed the expenditures and then what that trimming would be at 3-6-10. And what the subcommittee thought would be helpful would be the actual revenues associated with that department as well, because some departments are near break even, building. But some need a higher level of subsidies, city manager's department. So it just provides a better perspective, and that's something they wanted. Unfortunately, just trying to get everything done very quickly within a quick turnaround, we couldn't do that, but would be happy to share that with the council and obviously make it available for anyone else.
Okay, and did the subcommittee have any recommendations or thoughts on the 3-6-10% reductions itemized list there in terms of what they would be in favor of seeing move forward, discontinued? Was there any feedback from the committee on that?
I don't believe.
What we asked for, one, traditionally in the larger forecast was a 3% increase. We asked to go down to a 1%, and we had a bit of a discussion. In challenging budgets, sometimes when you are at a deficit, you'll either list as 0 or, as the city treasurer pointed out, or negative, where you would ask furloughs. And so what we've asked and recommended is just showing 1% right now instead of 3%. That's at least more manageable over time to see an increase at that level of general salaries. But obviously everything needs to be negotiated. We're not getting into that mess here because of everything. But also what the Finance Subcommittee, was leaning towards, or, and I'm not going to speak for the mayor who was there, but, was a 3%. Let's look at that. 6 to 10%. I mean, if you wanted to talk about a balanced budget, July 1, you're talking the 10% route. And when you look at what is necessary in, I'll just pick one, public safety, it's a substantial impact. And so that is something that when you look at the Yellow Brick Road and do it with a thoughtful measurable way with discipline, you can do that without such a draconian impact. Now, are there opportunities for maybe delaying some CIP projects that aren't road related? You bet. And we're going to, hear them in the next item a little bit, and I'm sure some of you will be looking at those going, I could wait a year for that, or something like that kind of discussion while the revenues catch up or other cuts come into play. There's also several items that receive subsidies or activities that, again, maybe you delay a year or two. But those are bigger projects that I would always recommend you work with the full council or a subcommittee to make sure everyone's comfortable with them, because that does impact future. 3% can be absorbed in most departments. It's not fun, but it can be absorbed. And that's really what we tried to stay at. Now, if you all say, nope, we want a balanced budget July 1, then we'll prepare that for you all in coming over the next month.
Thank you for providing that feedback. Just so I'm clear, if the council wants to move forward with $3.4 million transfer from Section 115 Trust, we're looking at 3% across the board. And that would take us to balanced.
Yes, sir. It'll get us closer to balanced along with the fire department. Yeah.
Okay. Good to know. I want to ask about the general fund baseline budget slide here, 21% increase in materials and supplies. Just want to ask if that's consistent, that percentage increase is consistent with previous years, or if that's abnormal for this year.
So this is fuel. This includes fuel and public safety, clothing. So I'm imagining that we factored in some of the costs that we're seeing for the current fiscal year and included those in the projection going forward. And I think fuel would be the one that's the most costly, where we're expecting some significant increases for next fiscal year.
Gotcha. So it's just the cost of gas has brought up, it brought this up significantly.
Yes.
Okay. Sounds good. I'll ask about the planning department. One of the items that was suggested in 3% reduction was reduction taking out one of the two summer interns in that department. Can you just provide us some of the tangible benefits that we can get from 1 to 2 summer interns? What can residents expect if one intern is not funded?
Is Director Whalen online? Roxanne, do you know?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Director Whalen?
She is.
I am online.
Okay. There she is.
Hello. Council, can you hear me?
Yes, good evening.
Okay, good evening. Hi, Lily Whalen, your Community Development Director. So we piloted the summer intern program last year, and we had 3 interns working on housing element programs. 2 of the interns were working on housing element programs, and then the other intern was working on GIS project. So our idea for this summer was to continue with our housing element programs, specifically with our ADU and SB9 lot split program, outreach, organizing, and promotion of those programs, as well as some fair housing rights workshops that are in the housing element as well.
Okay. Very helpful. Thank you so much. And I think that may be all my questions for now. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Desai. Mayor Pro Tem, want to go ahead with questions?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Director Guillory, for your presentation. The first question I had was, so in terms of the OPEB trust, one of the most inconsistent areas that we're seeing every year on the budget is how much the state is charging us for the cost of that liability per year. Is that correct? We don't have the same. It's not the same number, correct?
Do you mean the cost of managing the funds?
Yeah.
So the
cost of the transfer in that we need every year.
Oh, from So the amount we're withdrawing from the
Right.
the trust.
Is that consistent every year?
No, it's not consistent every year because we're seeing growth in the employer required contribution from PERS.
Okay.
So it's based on that. So the city instituted a formula when it established the trust. And that formula is we take the amount budgeted in any given budget year and we back out the amount from the baseline year, which was fiscal year 2018-19. And that difference is then withdrawn from the trust or transferred from the trust into the general fund. So that's the formula that we've continued to use. So as we continue to see increases in the PERS costs, the required contribution, we continue to see increases in the amount that we're required to withdraw from the trust.
And what is that number from the state for the costs that we're seeing every year? How much is that increasing
Oh, so you mean the total contribution?
every year?
So
Yeah.
it varies. So anywhere, I would say over the last 5 years, it's been anywhere from a 6% increase up to a 10% increase.
Okay.
Which is what we're seeing in the upcoming fiscal years. There is a 10% increase.
10%.
Yeah.
And then
from
this
prior
current fiscal year we're in, it was about 8%. Is that
It was,
correct?
that sounds right, about 7 to 8%.
Okay. And then before those 5 years, what was the increase?
I would have to go back and do the research on that to get the trend.
I would love that in the next conversation that we have about the budget.
Okay.
What I ask is that, I guess, I'm seeing that this is a constant conversation. We've had, I think, the chief investment officer from CalPERS come and make a presentation. Thank you for organizing that. And what we are, so one of the thoughts I have is that, we're paying membership into associations. For example, we had council members today talk about their attendance at the California League of Cities. One of the core responsibilities of that association, their words, not mine, is to protect local revenues. Are we seeing that this issue is being addressed through that association? I'm asking staff that question.
Through which association?
The associate, we as a city
Yeah.
pay every year into the California League of Cities. Is that correct?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
That's correct.
And so that organization would ideally be paying for or be advocating for things that would protect the city's local revenues. So are we seeing that Cal Cities is working on that particular issue to keep those numbers consistent? Does staff have that data?
If I could jump in there. In my experience during the monthly PMA meetings that I participated in, certainly Sam Brightman would give us an update on League of Cal Cities efforts. It certainly is a monumental task to try and keep some of that under control. Even I think if I recall, there's a push now to reduce some of the PEPRA-like improvements that we had, which were huge. And so that's where Cal Cities is trying to focus their efforts now to make sure there isn't any more slippage there, if you will, to loosen what was put in place.
Is there a bill introduced in the assembly that Cal Cities is fighting for that would keep the OPEB costs consistent over time?
Not that I'm aware of.
We'd have to do
Actual
more
bill.
research.
Yeah, we'd have to
Okay.
research that.
Okay. And I asked that again because today we're reviewing another budget where we're seeing an inconsistent number that is obviously increasing. And we've had council members also say that we're engaging in this association that is supposed to be helping us protect our local funds. And so I would think it's very relevant for us to consider the cost of what we're moving within an organization and how they're supporting us. An example is we once had a consultant called Townsend that was supposed to help us get funding for our city and apply for grants. My understanding is that organization helped us get several grants. I'm not sure what the amount is, but I know that we had been working with that public affairs firm for a while to get grants, and we made money by getting those grants, and it was cost effective. So now I'm, as I'm thinking about these OPEB costs that continue to increase in our city, I also want to make sure that we're looking at the fine print of numbers and thinking about how we're spending, I think, $10,000 on association fees for Cal Cities. Are we getting that money back? That's a question that would be pending, I guess, given the data of how we're moving this bill forward or this association's work forward. I also wanted to ask about the 3% budget. So I love the Yellow Brick Road model. I'm just wondering about the service level impacts and the pacing of said budgets. So of course we want to approve a budget before July 1st, and I think we've done that for the last couple of years well. I also see that the service level impacts, I would love more information about the when and how or what objective criteria was used by directors to develop these service level impacts. So for example, city council, since this is a topic that a council member in particular seems to be interested in, what reduced training opportunities are we talking about? I think that would be something that staff would have to ask the council about, but that's an example of a department that is obviously with 3% saying that there would be reduced training opportunities. But we can also look at a larger number that has a larger impact, and we can look at the police budget. From your presentation, we saw that the police budget is about 63% of our overall general fund budget, and a 3% reduction means that that's $393,000. It says that functions absorbed by patrol sergeants is the service level impact. What does that mean? When are those functions going to be absorbed? How often? Reduce patrol availability. When? How much? No crossing guard. Where? Who? Elimination of staff training on legal updates and scenarios. Which trainings? Which are required? I think these service level impacts are great starter conversations. I know this is preliminary, but for me, seeing the service level impact, I'd actually at this point would want to go to 6% because I kind of feel like it's very general here, but I'm also acknowledging that maybe staff just is still working out those budget considerations and those criteria for us to better as a council understand, again, the when, the who, and the where of those service level impacts. There's also the possibility, right, that if we approve a budget, and we see how it works over 6 months, we can go to that mid-year budget and consider, hey, we actually want to fund a particular department more because X, Y, and Z. So I just would love more information about that objective criteria and the service level impact, in particular because we are looking at an equitable 3% across the board. I think there's an important distinction between, again, when we're looking, and I'll come back to city council, when we're looking at 3% of city council, the overall city council budget is only $250,000. But when we're looking at our police budget, which I think we value, of course a 3% impact has more money. It is equitable because it is 3% across the board, but it is impactful at the same time, probably more on our budget to decrease 3% of our police budget than it is to decrease 3% of our city council budget. And I think that's an important message for the public to know, and it very much clearly seems like it's an important message for the council to know too. So my suggestion and my question is whether or not those things have been considered in that 3% versus that 6%. Have those been considered?
Yes, and what we can do is we can not only send a sort of the detailed printout, if you will, for the city council, and all 5 of you can reflect on it, and then maybe when we come back. Excellent questions and points. I really appreciate this kind of feedback. And then we can also look at a little bit, filling in maybe a little bit, I think when you do presentations, you keep it a little vague. Unfortunately, that doesn't help.
Fair enough. No, fair enough, yeah.
But we can share what those impacts are, the 3, the 6 to 10. And in some ways where I was trying to allude, I think it would be great to take, when you have a little more time than what we have is, 50 days roughly to have it all approved by June 30th, roughly. And something that, is required unless you want to see your bond rating and everything else just drop. So that's, and I very much appreciate your point. Budgets are living documents. You can change them in July.
Thank you.
Yeah, so great, and so let's make sure we work with the council and the community so they're fully aware of these kind of impacts. And yes, if it's August, September, and we're like, I don't really like this impact because we really liked a patrol officer that was very visible or a crossing guard, what, then fine, we go tinker a little bit and say, all right, this is the other way we can make that up.
Gotcha. And thank you for mentioning that, interim city manager. I think what is, for me, very insidious is the reference to department budgets that don't make the large impact to address our deficit. So I just want to be very clear about, as a council, we have a responsibility to communicate, of course, to the public about a deficit. We have a responsibility to communicate a surplus, which we've seen as a council as well. But I keep hearing a reference to a particular department, and I want to make sure that we're thinking about the service level across the board and the who's and what's what's. When I do see a city council budget, I don't see a heavy budget there. I see a $250,000, that seems pretty good. When I see other departments, I also see larger budgets. Well, we're a full service agency, so those departments should have heavy budgets. But I also want to be clear that we're, again, messaging to the community the clarity behind what is more resourced and what actually digs into this yellow brick road model. Because again, $10 is not going to make a huge dent in this budget. But when we're thinking about the hundreds of thousands of dollars, I see now where you all are talking about. But we do need to understand that service level impact as well. So the last question I'll have is, is just about the value of, like, the 3% versus 10%. Again, the value of this model, which I love that you all have brought in, the yellow brick road. So I'm just wondering, how might we move things faster, that, like, move those numbers faster? I know you all have given that thought, but I'm just like, is there a world where we do, 10 earlier and then go down versus 3 first and then up? Is that a model that is out there that you all have as well? Because I'm learning this new model here, which I think is phenomenal, but I also would just have a question. I'm sure residents have that same question too. Do we make those drastic cuts and then build back up versus slowly making those cuts? The alternative. Just wanted to ask about that.
Great question again, and something, could we come up with, and we certainly have gone through the 10% cuts. And, I think when in one of the slides, you had the subsidies page. That's one of the real starters, frankly, if you're trying to do, and that's where probably a more solid discussion amongst the council and you're hearing from the community, because you're talking Tiny Tot, seniors, pool, PCTV, all those things that everyone loves. And so I think that's why as staff, we were trying to be a little more deliberate and not rush to that to cause, the backlash without some serious consideration and time. But it certainly is timely to always look at those every few years.
Got it. Okay. And then I think that big proposal is the big proposal here at the 3% is also just acknowledging the timeliness of those programs, right? So again, when we're talking, and this is just for the future, because I know this is a living document and it's also the preliminary budget, but I would like to see a sense of timing about these service level impacts. I think about a recent decision by staff to separate 2 programs in June. And what I know about the month of June in Pinole is that it's a very busy month. It's approval of the budget month, it's programs, it's the beginning of summer. And so in some ways, understanding some of our budget pacing would be as valuable as understanding the overall reduction as a year program. The reason for that is also that as a council, we might say, hey, our staff is very overwhelmed during June. Maybe it's not the best time to repave roads, to have 3 or 4 programs, to approve the budget. We can't change that system, right? That's a state law. But generally, again, thinking about the timeliness of what these budget impacts have, I think is also really important. And so I'd love to see something from staff about that. And I do want to reiterate, I also would like to see from staff, if you have that, recommendations on what we do as policymakers to address that OPEB cost every year. Because we're seeing this, we're seeing our budget be impacted by a cost amount that we just don't know every year. So as we have championed, and I was doing it personally and also as a council member, championing things like Measure I, we're now coming back to residents saying, hey, we have another problem, and it's kind of just like ever changing. It almost feels like we're getting played is probably the nicest word, but the real reality is that we're every year we're going to a boss to ask, like, how much do we have to charge, and we never know what that amount is. And that's not only unfair to us, but our planning process and our financial process is incredibly unfair. So I would venture to ask, like, what staff's recommendations should be from any association we're a part of that would keep that number consistent. Ideally, that would come through a bill process, because that's how we would make impact as a city in California. But I would ask staff that you all bring that information forth so that we can start pushing that forward. Right now, we're just reviewing a budget, but the huge impact of this budget has to do with those OPEB costs, or CalPERS costs, excuse me.
Yeah.
So just wanted to name that. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Martinez-Rubin, questions, please.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. So somewhere in here, there are there's the library contract, right?
Yes.
Found? Does it, so do the figures that you have reflect that there will be less costs this year because of the closures of the library, or at least 1 year closure of the library? Is that reflected in the proposed budget?
It's, yes.
What I'm going to put in air quotes, the credits?
There's what's in the budget or projected budget is a 6-month cost.
Okay.
Because approximately it should open in January.
Okay. I have some comments about the narrative part of the budget.
Okay.
And pardon my lack of memory, but it seems that the narrative that refers to the council department might be outdated. It is, okay, thank you.
It's a placeholder right now.
It's a placeholder.
Yes.
Thank you, okay. Because some of the language seems a little too familiar, maybe familiar for 2 years now.
Okay.
And I couldn't determine whether I wasn't recalling things correctly, or when time just goes by so quickly that we have done all these things. But they seem repetitive, so thank you for telling me that that's going to be the next version of the narrative will reflect more accurately what the council has indeed accomplished in 25, 26, or will
Yes.
have accomplished in 25, 26. And I appreciate what was inserted for 26, 27 as anticipated goals, or I don't remember what the language is. Thank you. Now, back to what I do know, and that is the council department, or I think that we have some say because we're directly impacted, and I am going to use that term, although we may not, the total amount of the council's budget as proposed and as it has been in 25, 26, the current year, is not as grand as any other departments. It is also a reflection that we're not as grand in terms of personnel. We don't have personnel, for example, and we don't have operations to address, and so hence we don't have that kind of budget. But we do have the option to take a look at need and use of travel funds. And so I am one of the council members that is interested in that line item, because I believe that if we have funds that are only placeholders at this point, and we can reflect and help with balancing the budget by using funds that were not used this year, for example, and could be used for something more tangible next year, such as I can think of perhaps the purchase of a vehicle, either in public works or in police, then I'm all for it. Otherwise, we have funds remaining in the council budget that don't get used. And so that is, I believe, accurate as far as funds that have been allotted for travel and training, which right now the proposal is $64,130. Based on the pattern of use for the past 2 years, all of that has not been used. And so I would propose, is this a time, City Attorney, may I make a motion for consideration by the council to help with that line item?
I refer that to the chair. You certainly
Well, yeah, we're still in the question phase. I would like to get public comment.
Okay.
And
then come back
then come back for discussion and comments.
I will hold
like we
my motion until then.
typically do, and then if you wanted to put a motion on the floor, you could.
Okay, I will. Thank you. Thanks for clarifying. Okay.
Any other questions, Councilmember Martinez?
Yes, let me look to see if I have anything. I already asked about the library budget, and yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sai, you had questions?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. Just two additional questions here. I know on the page 6 of the slides, we have the Equipment Reserve Fund, $150,000. Can you just refresh my memory in terms of what is the reserve policy for that fund? Is it a percentage or dollar amount, and how much have we spent from that fund in the past fiscal year?
There's not an official policy. It's just been the city's practice, and it was in place even before my time arriving at the city. And it's just always been $150,000 flat annually is transferred into the fund.
Okay. And just to clarify too, when we approved the procurement of the police vehicle last meeting on consent, that one of those vehicles was from the Equipment Reserve Fund.
Yes.
Can you refresh memory around how much should we spend from the reserve fund and how much are we filling in this time?
So we had a balance in the current year before the purchases. It was approximately $490,000. We had built up to that amount, and we had several vehicles that were purchased for police department and then also the public works department. So a combination of the two. Between those for this fiscal year, we're projecting to end with a balance of $153,000 that we saw here on one of the slides. And then next year, we'll also contribute an additional $150,000, so we'll have around $300,000 next year.
Makes sense. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Last question here is, I'm looking at Traffic Safety Fund 205 and Supplemental Law Enforcement Service Fund 206. There's a line item here, repair and replace traffic cameras, $7,500. And I'm wondering if there's anything I'm missing in the budget in terms of expansion of traffic cameras? Or are we just budgeting for repair and replace?
If I could maybe ask the chief to come down for a moment and fill in the blanks.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for the question.
Yes, there are a couple of accounts regarding traffic cameras, surveillance cameras or traffic cameras. One is the $7,500 one that you mentioned, and then there is another one for approximately $30,000 as well. And that is actually in the 3% scenario reduction. That was one of the items that I included to eliminate.
Gotcha. And the $30,000 is that the drone program, or is that a different?
No, that's for surveillance videos, whether they're traffic cameras or surveillance videos or LPR cameras. It's not specific to which type of camera, but that is the account that we've used to maintain our LPR cameras that we have currently.
Okay. But just so I'm clear, there's no line item here in the budget to expand or increase the number of cameras that we have in Pinole?
No, not to expand. No, it's more of a maintenance.
Maintenance.
Yes.
And then same for the drone program. That's $30,000. Is that just to continue funding what we have currently, or is it expansion of that equipment?
So we have been able to use that to expand. It kind of depends on the drones that we have. If anything happens to a drone where we have to replace it, or if we can expand it. And in this current fiscal year, we were able to use some of that money to expand that program and to purchase a couple of indoor drones.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Yeah, just as we talk about these 3%, 6%, 10% cuts across the board, considering each item here, I think it's really important that we think about how we might be able to expand our cameras that we have in Pinole. we talk about red light cameras, all these different things that can improve safety. If we're considering any of the items in a 3% reduction for PD, we might want to increase technology and how that might aid us in this tough moment. So that's just my questions. Thanks.
Great. So I have a few questions. So looking at the operating subsidies for the different funds, did staff get a chance to go through with the 3%, 6%, and 10% scenario and look at that's typically what would be reduced, right? So using these operating subsidies on slide 6, you could say 3 and 10, 3, 6, and 10, right? And go up straight off of that. Okay, but the 3.2 million is already dedicated to roads or capital planning. Is that, I'm sorry, to the right in the reserves?
Oh, yes.
Sorry about that.
Those funds are available.
Okay. Yeah, sorry about that. 3.2 million's on this side.
Yep.
Okay. A question I had, and this is kind of, I was at the subcommittee meeting, so I wanted to just make sure the council knew that if you had a chance to look at it, there was a discussion about having staff really detail the 3%, 6%, and 10% and the escalation of reductions that would happen across there, right? To provide some qualitative data in these narratives. And I know that they took a shot at it, and it's a lot to do this effort. Typically, you would, if you had enough runway, meaning that July wasn't around the corner, you would try to assume, okay, what do we absolutely need to do, and then build up from there. But right now, we're in a situation where we have to really just pare down. Is that correct, City Manager?
Yes, that's an excellent way to look at it. You know, almost a zero-based budgeting. You build up for your service levels, and right now we're sort of doing the opposite of just trying to maintain a level.
Okay. And so, you know, one of the things or themes that I keep hearing on council is this confusion or mixing of equitable versus equal, right? When we talk about 3% and how we're bouncing 3% across all budgets, that's pretty much okay, we're going to do an equal reduction of 3, 6, and 10 across the board. Those narratives were to try to help add the equitable part of that. So $100,000 budget is not the same if that $100,000 budget makes $60,000 worth of revenue, and a 3% cut to them might reduce that revenue further down, impacting that service. So there is a balance here that I think we got to try to get our arms around during this process. But to just arbitrarily pick an account and say, okay, we're going to cut that one is not necessarily the right way to do this. I think this 3, 6, and 10, I'm hoping the council can look at this as our baseline to have this discussion as we move forward. And it's a difficult thing. Staff has gone through a lot of thought to get to this point alone, which is really, you know, a difficult task. So I just want to thank all of you for doing this, because it really puts things in perspective. So it's about having that runway. Now, I think Mayor Pro Tem mentioned something about mid-year. If we were to try to drift more towards the 6 and 10, and then correct from July 1st to mid-year, and have some runway to kind of build back up, is that a scenario to really put forth an aggressive budget and then build for that next 6 months? Is that in the cards, or do we really?
So if I'm hearing you correctly, are you preferring almost a 6% cut and then adding back onto over the next, say, till mid-year, or are you saying do the 3% and then look over the following few months on additional cuts that get you to 6?
I think, yeah, it's really what I was saying was, let's go through the worst case scenario, get to a balanced budget if possible, right? I know that we're probably going to need a supplement to some degree from the trust, but really from that point to mid-year, then work on that build-up to really try to figure out what that scale back looks like. I don't know if that's something that we should start there and then reduce down towards we get to closer to budget approval in July.
I think it would be interesting to make a cut of that at the Finance Subcommittee, which is in May as well, to bounce that idea.
Okay.
And then if it's, the subcommittee goes, we like this, bring this to the full council for discussion, great, or, boy, I think it needs a little more work, you know,
Right.
tinker here and there.
Because one of the things that we brought up for the council is that this isn't linear. You know, just because we do 3 to 6 is not it's actually 2.4 impact or 2.5 or sometimes even 3. It's just not a linear effect. So we're trying to gauge that as much as we can. Let me see. Another question here. So in that 27, 28, 29 scenario on the Golden Brick Road here, that would require staff in the city to stay disciplined along that timeline, right? So we're really going to have to keep $2 million off the budget for 3 years straight.
Yes, sir. What helps in strategy meetings or other types of goal setting is literally having that printout next to you as the council looks at goals and projects, and then sort of turn back and look at that and say, are we adding to the yellow bricks or not?
Okay. And so looking at these transfer in numbers, over time, we've had that number going up for, let's say, building and planning or rec fund, the ones that are represented here, but there's also others that aren't represented. Those transfer ins represent service levels going up, right? Or services to the city. Can we see that progression, or do the departments have that progression? Try to figure out how to back.
We have the data at the department level, and then we can certainly talk with the department heads about if we can pull specific growths in even as much as Ben brought up the library. Not saying that the community doesn't want to fund the library, but it's also something that would be interesting to see over a 3 or 4 year period. How much has that increased? Yes, the subsidies can be done that way.
Okay. Okay, those are my questions.
Mayor, I just had one more question.
Yeah, go ahead.
I know this is a conversation we've had a couple years back, so we had some new folks here, but I'm wondering about like our energy savings. So we talked a little bit about like the move. I think we'll probably talk about it in the next section too, but about tracking our energy savings or even higher costs over time. Generally, I know every department is probably clearly putting a little money towards PG&E and utilities. So I just wanted to know like where staff is in terms of that like process. Like, are we tracking our energy cost? Are we tracking our energy savings if there are any? How can we support you in supporting us and understanding that as an issue more?
Excellent question. And yes, staff is also working on a quick RFQ to have that reevaluated for additional energy saving projects that can be implemented next fiscal year.
Gotcha. And so that, help me understand, the RFQ is to do what?
The Pinole has done an excellent job with Tetra Tech, creating several reports on energy efficiency. And now we're going out to the marketplace looking at, because there's several, obviously a whole host of firms out there.
For sure.
Quickly saying, all right, looking at this data, what can be done quickly to capture either if there's still tax credits or other types of incentives by PG&E or MC, anybody that we can implement over the next year to 18 months to bring real savings to the community.
Gotcha. And so that RFQ would go out, would be closed out in the next fiscal year, but we wouldn't be talking about those cost savings until the fiscal year after next?
RFQ is set to go out Friday if the timelines are holding, and we'll be back in by the end of May, and selection of different activities would be in June.
Gotcha. Okay.
Mayor, I have one more question.
Sure.
Does the preliminary budget reflect the contractual obligations that we have with the labor groups as of now? We've gone through three negotiations with 3 groups and agreements reached. So does the preliminary budget reflect? Let me phrase it a different way. The request to present budgets with reductions at 3% and 6%, is that realistic given the contractual requirements that we have with labor groups?
So we don't have any final labor agreements.
Okay, we don't, but we're getting there, and we have, I just want to make sure that we're not violating what's in process with regard to compensation and any other benefits, and that the amounts are reflected here.
If I could, through the chair.
Yep.
The budgets reflect all the obligations that are currently in effect for the different labor groups. They do not reflect any potential or proposed.
I think, can I jump in? I think just before we have a conversation about contracts, I would just ask, are these numbers current as far as staffing, salaries, and benefits?
They're current, yes.
Does that help, Councilmember Martinez?
Since we're talking about next year, we have agreements for, not yet? Okay. Maybe we will, but, okay. I just want to make sure that, I suppose this is where mid-year correction occurs.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so these numbers are our best estimate for where we are right now based on the past. One thing you did bring up was fuel costs. And normally those type of costs aren't realized for like 6 months to a year out where they really start hitting. Meaning if fuel goes up, that means transportation goes up, which means costs of goods go up. And there's a lot of transfer, cost of materials for construction go up. There are a lot of costs that we're seeing coming in the future. And that might give one, or a finance director might, a little bit of pause along with the city manager to say, well, maybe we should be a lot more conservative with these numbers than not. Would you say that, I guess, your intuition, you feel comfortable with these numbers where they are and not adding like an extra 2% just to be safe? Like, I guess in engineering, we do factors of safety, right? We'll times something by 2 and call it good, right? Like that, but I'm wondering, is that that way in the finance arena as well?
Yes, so it is that way, but we're also looking at actual trends too, right? We tend to base it on trend analysis. We're looking at what's happening now, currently, too,
Right.
and considering that. And so I think that's a number that we're comfortable with. That category also includes other safety supplies as well. So the majority of that is probably for fuel, though.
Right.
And again, we use the data that we have on hand.
I guess my thing is, I would venture to guess that that's across the board for all the departments.
It is,
Some type
yes.
of, okay.
Yep.
Okay, let's go ahead and move to public comment. Madam Clerk.
Rafael Menace.
Good evening again, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. My name is Rafael Best, resident of Pinole, and I have a few comments and questions. I'm going to mostly be basing mine not on the presentation, but on the budget information that's in the agenda packet, concluding on page 304 of the 374. And I'm going to start actually at the end, at the final, basically draft preliminary proposed long-term financial forecast, parentheses, yellow brick road. So first off, going from 304 to 305, I'm assuming that 2027F first is the first forecast that was initially presented to the Finance Subcommittee, and the 2027F is the current proposed thing. So the city's proposing ultimately, if we make all the various adjustments, to just withdraw $2 billion from the 115 trust and so on and so forth. Would it be possible to break out the change from 3% to 1% in the cost of living adjustments and have that factored in as part of the revenue/expenditures cuts that's being adjusted for in the surplus deficit calculation on page 305. Because right now it's sort of just elided as, oh yeah, we're going to go from a salary of total of $9,183,165 to next year, the 2028 forecast, $9,891,408. In other words, you're seeing an actual decrease in salaries year to year, not just a lower rate of increase. So is there a way to basically break that out and show it as a factor? Because when we're talking about 3%, 6%, 10% reductions, we should also be talking about the cost we're asking all the bargaining units to absorb when we're saying, you know, we're going from 3% down to 1%, or the police department wanted 8.5%. That's probably not going to happen, but going down to 1%, that sort of thing. Secondly, I'm curious as to where the increased franchise fee to cover the road damages shows up in the franchise tax that basically mostly accounted for year to year, because I thought that was roughly $1 million, and we're only seeing $850,000 in the franchise tax across all the categories, not just waste, but also everything. Let's see. We're not going to have time to get through all of these. Typographically speaking, on page 88, the sales tax breakdown is starting to be unclear with the breakdown of all the different categories. And on page 72, I know that the strategic plan sort of ends in 25. To see if a plan to update the strategic plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
That concludes public comment.
Okay, bringing it back to council. I know we talked a little bit about there was the heavy vehicle money coming in for from Republic. It was like a road damage fund. What was it called?
Vehicle impact fee.
Vehicle impact fees.
Is that included in here, or did that ever materialize?
So it's being collected, but it is not allocated.
Okay.
So, and it's included in the budget document, in the fund summaries. It's included there as far as what's been collected.
How much is that?
Per year, approximately 1.2 million.
Okay. Okay. Just wondering. I know that it was pending. Okay. Any other comments from council? Questions?
I was just clarifying about, I've seen a lot of cities have I'm sorry, Mayor. Is it okay for me to ask?
Please.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. I just wanted to ask about, I've seen a lot of cities across California talk about really, you know, this, like the ongoing real estate capital asset world, right? Where cities are, quite frankly, I feel like it's being proposed, or seems like it's being narrated as an economic development strategy. Cities are realizing how much development and land they have, and then that they're not really using. And oftentimes it seems like focusing, at least in California with our markets, are selling off their properties, of parks and things like that, but more so like properties that are vacant, for example, or things like that. So I know that our city has done that in the last couple of years, but just wondering about in alignment with like the long-term financial plan, like what's a reasonable approach to that in terms of new numbers? I mean, I know those will be technically like one-time revenue generators, but just thinking about like how can we set those conversations up? Are we setting those conversations up now? Because we could be, and I don't know, but how can we better set those conversations up if we're not?
And short answer, yes. I know it's been brought to my attention, you know, the vacant lot across from the post office, or used to be a building that blew up and, you know, had something happen before my time here. Okay. And yes, looking at opportunities or properties that the city owns and leveraging those. Yes, we are looking at those. In fact, I even talked to a developer for the Freya property about that property, and there could be interest there. And so that would be part of our analysis to bring to the council for your consideration.
Okay. And then the the value, the sewer enterprise fund has a high value to it, but with the switch off, can you explain to me why that's happening? Why, I forgot how you characterized it, but you essentially said there's a difference in like how we're financing or structuring that approach. Why is that happening? What is it again? And then why is that happening?
Yes, so it reflects a decrease in the capital projects from last year to the upcoming, or this year to the upcoming fiscal year. And it was the way that the projects were accounted for. So in the past, they were budgeted, all 5 years of the CIP for those projects, sewer-related projects, were all budgeted in one fiscal year.
Gotcha.
And so to the tune of $29 million. Going forward, we're looking at the CIP in determining which projects to fund annually through the budget process as opposed to funding the full 5 years worth of projects, especially when you have projects that we know won't be completed in the upcoming fiscal year. And so the Public Works Department has done an assessment on those that are at various phases, like the design phase or the planning phase, and know that those will be upcoming for the next fiscal year. And so we budgeted to that level as opposed to covering all 5 years in 1 year.
Got you. And Director Guillory, just to confirm though, that change, that would not impact the general budget or the general fund?
No, completely different fund. Yeah, that's an enterprise fund. It's self-sustaining, and all of the projects can be fully funded with the ongoing annual revenues in addition to the accumulated fund balance.
Got it. But the question I have about that is one of the positions that we've budgeted, the associate civil engineer, was supposed to be, I think, 50%, or I'm not sure actually how we're accounting for that, but my understanding was some of that particular role would be funded with the sewer enterprise fund. So is that also budgeted out correctly through this, assuming that we would hire that person? How would that be budgeted within this? Because I would imagine that our general fund is impacted a little bit by that position, by the salary of that position, but also not fully impacted by it. How are we?
It's budgeted 100% in the sewer enterprise fund.
Oh, so it's not even, okay.
It's not.
So when we see that 3%, that's why there's no, the 3% reduction, it wouldn't impact that position?
No,
Okay.
no, not at all.
Thank you for clarifying that.
You're welcome.
So I'd like to, I know we need direction or any feedback to staff. So council, if there's any comments, feedback that you'd like to see when they bring this document forward, let's try to get that on record now.
Okay, yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I would like to I'm going to present this as a motion. So before I state my motion, there were some comments that you made, Mayor, about, the suggested reduction by percentages is not a linear it doesn't reflect, ultimately doesn't reflect, or it ought not to reflect a linear effect or impact. That's one way to begin conversation, but really reductions ought not to be uniform across because of the different effects, the different consequences based on either increases or reductions in any given department budget. Having said that, what I'm going to say is not an arbitrary consideration. It is based on what I believe is a pattern of usage. And the motion that I am going to make is to decrease the council travel budget by 45%, from $64,130 to $35,272. That would allot an equal amount to every council member of $7,054. And by doing so, we end up with a reduction of savings to allot elsewhere of $35,272, which is not pennies. I think it's an amount that could be used this next fiscal year in a way that has greater impact than simply the reduction of training opportunities. That still leaves options for council members to consider what kinds of events, education or training events they would like to attend. That is my motion.
And I'll second.
Okay, there's a Motion and second. Looks like we had comment. Councilmember Sai.
Thank you, Mayor. Out of all the 3, 6, 10% items under those reduction strategies there, I'm curious about the fixation for the travel and training budget year after year. But what I'll say is this, I think a lot of comments, it's my 4th year in council, have been attending pretty much all of Cal City's events, and new to NLC, have been out there, had opportunity to meet with Congressman Gary Mendy and our state leaders out there, take part of the trainings. Other trainings that I've been to as well, that I've spent on that travel and training budget. I'm hearing this every single year, and it makes me frustrated, just to be honest. So I'll just make a substitute motion right now. I wanted to make a substitute motion that we reduce our city council travel and training budget down to $0. So elimination of the entire budget.
Well, we have a first and a second, right? On the first, and then we have a substitute.
So this motion that is currently on the substitute would require a second to reduce down to 0.
If we reduce the travel and training budget down to 0, what's the savings of that, the total? And are we also, I'm assuming that most of the, I guess I should ask staff, the travel and training budgets are also associated with our, with associations and memberships that we have. They're separate, right? But again, like most of the, as I see the tracker that staff sends over to the council monthly, I'm noticing that most of that travel is associated with memberships to these organizations, i.e. National League of Cities, which I think we spend about $1,700 on, California League of Cities, which we spend about $8,000 on. So could we potentially explore pulling back from all of that? What is the amount that we would save from that? So travel and training plus memberships.
I don't think the memberships are only tied to travel and
They're
training.
not tied to it. I'm saying that most.
One second, procedurally, we have a motion. We would need a second.
I'll second.
Okay.
And I'm asking.
And then now the discussion. Yeah, go ahead.
So I know they're not tied to each other, but again, that the use of our travel and training budgets have been tied to the conferences put on by associations. That is how we are using as a council our travel and training budgets. We are going to oftentimes dinners to meet with other council members, or to meetings to meet with state legislators or federal representatives. And so what is the cost of our memberships to our budget annually, and what is the cost of the travel and training budgets?
Okay. So I don't know the number. I would have
Okay.
to pull the budget up to look
Okay.
at the numbers. I don't know those in
Yeah.
detail. I know that for travel training, currently you all receive $12,000 per council member. I
Yeah.
think the mayor receives an additional allocation of about $600.
Okay.
So the total is around $64,000, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
For the,
And then-
just for the travel training
Just for the
piece. But the memberships, I'm not completely sure about that number.
Yeah,
would have
because
to
I
look it
think
up.
that, I already seconded the motion, but I would also go further to say we would save money as well to reduce our involvements in the memberships as well. The reason why we would be traveling, again, I'm tracking what we've been as a council expending money on in travel, is we're traveling to conferences for professional development of memberships that we hold as a city agency. That's also what staff is doing as well. And so, and we are staff, we are personnel of the city, we are city employees, we get paid by the city. And so I think we would, if Councilmember Sasai would be okay with that, I think if we make that motion, we should explore both the travel and training budgets and extend that also to the memberships of the places of which we are spending the travel and training. Most of the time, it costs to be a member of these associations that we are also traveling to conferences to be a member of. I think 2 council members expressed attendance to Cal Cities, for example. We are members of Cal Cities, and we are charged for that. And then we also are charged for the travel and registration and lodging of those particular conferences. So we should see that as a package, and I think that's an excellent cost savings.
And Mayor, if I could add a comment.
Yeah.
Okay. My understanding is the Cal Cities, just like the Contra Costa Mayors Conference, those memberships are not included in the travel and training budget. They're different line items there. As we talk about like the tie between the memberships to the actual expense of travel and training to the conferences, I'm thinking about how I see a line item here under the city council budget that we're paying separately for the Cal Cities East Bay Division is it dinners or membership meetings. Those happen. That's a separate expense from the travel and training budget. So I think we can still reap the benefits of the membership that we do pay, as long as we're still within the East Bay Division membership meetings, and we still go to those things, and we can still get the benefits of those briefings.
And if I may, I have the total if you'd like that.
Yeah.
So for memberships and dues, the total is $23,485.
Plus the 60,000 for travel
Yes.
and training. So overall, $83,000 we're looking at if we pulled back from all of the above.
Yep. Yes.
Is that also including? And I don't know. We haven't had a update from. I don't know who serves on the Bayfront Chamber of Commerce. So we haven't had an update at all this year. I don't think about. Okay. How much are we paying for that annually?
I don't see that listed specifically.
It wasn't in. I think it's in community development. Is it about
Director
5,000?
Guillory.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, apologies. This is your Community Development Director. It should be in the Economic Development, so 100,466. And I believe the membership is between 1,500 and 2,000, but Director Guillory might be able to.
Yes, I can check.
So while we're checking, we need a motion to continue the meeting. It's 10:57 right now.
So moved.
Okay. Motion by Councilmember Sasai. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Second by Councilmember Toms.
How long?
Time?
What time?
Yeah. What time would you suggest?
11:30 works for me.
11:30.
Well, we're going into closed session, right?
We
haven't made the CIP.
We have the CIP.
Yeah, we have the CIP too.
I know.
So I'm not a fan of taking the meeting past 11:30, considering this is money and we don't want to make bad decisions at 12 o'clock at night about what we're cutting. But we do have a motion on the floor, so let's say 11:30. And we'll have some discussion after that, figure out how we go back into closed session, if need be. Okay?
Okay. Mayor Tafe,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Aye.
Councilmember Sasai,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
On the substitute motion.
No, this
No,
is
this is
on
on extension.
extending the meeting to
Oh, pardon me.
11:30.
Yes.
And Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
See what happens when it gets late?
And Mayor, I have more comments on this.
Yeah, absolutely. We have a discussion on the floor. There was an interruption to Mayor Pro Tem, so if you'd like to finish your comment, and then Councilmember Sasai.
And I know there's a motion on the floor. The motion is to cut now. We could potentially bring this back for conversation since it is 11. But I see our numbers around 65,000 savings, cost savings. If we did propose in the next rendition of this conversation that cut, it would be 65,000. So is it possible, Councilmember Sasai, that we can recommend that staff bring this information back in the next process before making that cut, so that we can actually see the numbers? And I mean, again, we're looking at 65K now, but maybe staff can review all of the memberships and consider even more savings.
Gotcha. I mean, my substitute motion is just on the travel and training budget. It doesn't include memberships. So I'm happy to just entertain a motion on the memberships, but right now my motion is just on the travel and training budget.
Gotcha. Okay.
And then Councilmember Toms, you had a
Yeah,
comment?
I was going to make a comment is that if you wanted it to be brought back, just withdraw your second. But the reason I was proposing earlier that we go back to our previous travel and training budget, which was $4,500 per council member per year. And last year I had suggested that any time that we go to a mayor's conference or an East Bay division, that be counted on our travel and training, because a lot of times it's added, kind of to the top, and it's not allocated to us individually. So I, wanted to just bring that up. But going from 4,500 per person up to, it was almost tripled, 12,000. So I was proposing that it go back to 4,500.
But that sounds like the previous motion, that right now we're on
Yeah.
a zero.
I understand.
Yeah,
That
got
was
it.
my comment
Okay.
on the current motion.
And then I have one clarifying question. If you don't use the money, it rolls over the next year.
It doesn't
Goes
roll over.
back to
We
the
have
budget.
to rebudget, yeah. It
and then
basically
rebudget.
goes into fund balance.
Very good. That was just a quick question. So we have a motion to go to zero for travel and training.
And more comments, if I could, Mayor.
Yeah,
as well.
please,
Yes.
Councilmember Desai.
I really do hope that we do have a 5-0 on this, the reduction down to $0 for travel and training budget for City Council. I think the same arguments that our colleagues have made around. I know that I've been to DC and met with Congressman Gary Mundy twice now on some budget asks that our staff has put together. And I found the value of going there face to face and detailing how those budget asks may be a benefit to our community. We advocated this past year in DC for public safety funding that could keep our residents safe when we do have major events. And I know that the comments from my colleagues has been, well, Gary Mendy does have a district office here in Richmond. And I do think there's some validity to that point. I think that we should be consistent as well when we meet with our state senators and our state assembly members. I know that Assemblymember Wicks has a district office, Clay Street in Oakland. I know that Senator Arguin has now a West County district office in Richmond, and I think that they're easily accessible. I'm pretty sure many of us have their numbers on our phone as well. We call them up anytime. And so I think that will not be lost if we move forward with this reduction in our travel and training budget. We know the schedulers, we know the staff, and it just takes one email from any of us. We don't need any of these membership agencies, Cal Cities, NLC, whatever it might be, to schedule that. And I think that having a one-on-one meeting, doing it ourselves, that actually provides for more flexibility. Because when we're going to these NLC, Cal Cities constituent meetings, we're there with El Cerrito, we're there with other cities in our jurisdiction, and we don't have the 1 hour FaceTime with those representatives. We only have a sliver of time. So I think that we can still be involved in legislative advocacy for budget asks for a city without this travel and training budget. So that's what I view. And I think in terms of Cal Cities, NLC, in my 4 years of Cal Cities now, and I think 2 years of NLC, I think there's been some meaningful trainings, but many of the trainings, I think, that information could be, we could get that information from materials, from literature, from things that are sent around, and we don't have to be there in person to obtain that information. So that's the reason for my substitute motion to reduce down to $0. And I think given that we have a structural deficit, we're going to have to save every penny we got. So.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
Mayor Tape?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin?
No.
Councilmember Toms?
And no.
The motion carries. Thank you.
Okay. So bringing that back, we don't have to go to if the substitution motion passes, the first motion goes away. Okay. Are there any other motions? Direction to staff for budget. Anybody?
So I have other
Yeah,
ideas on how to
Pro
cut
Tem,
budgets,
please.
I guess, because we can't just look at this one item. So I think, so I made the suggestion again, the service level impact, I think staff, are you all coming back with information on that from the next, just to clarify? the service level impacts at 3% versus 6%? Are you all just coming back with 3% service level impact details?
We will come back with the 3, 6, 10 with a little
all
more
three.
detail, is what my preference or what I thought I heard, as well as outlining, I think, a little bit more of a how to achieve that in, should you want to go forward more immediately or do it ramped up over the next several months.
Awesome. Okay. And I'm sorry, Mayor, I had one more question. Or not even question, I had one more suggestion and I forgot. Come back to me if there's other suggestions.
Yeah, I would just say that my stance right now is to be a little bit more aggressive than 3%. I know there's going to be an impact, but I think based on the pull up this real quick, the subsidies that were given, that and this gets kind of to what we were talking about, the youth center and swim center, where a 3% impact would impact the swim center a lot more than the youth center, or tiny, so if we could find a way to really drill down into those programs, find out what is possible. I know with Tiny Tots, the youth center and swim center are highly subsidized programs. I'm wondering if there's a way to work with our operators of, I think we have some operators for the swim center, the youth center, and Tiny Tots, to try to figure out if there's a better way to generate additional revenue, or working with them as far as, we talked about it in the subcommittee about leasing and whether it'd be a full lease. But the lion's share really is administration, senior center, and recreational fund. And so those are programs that I'm hoping staff can take another look at and really dive into. There was a comment about energy. I think that's something that we got to look at. Just looking around, is everything LED lights? I know that that's a huge savings on a month-to-month basis that can be realized right away. So hopefully those type of tactics can be used to help reduce budget. I think for me, the main thing is getting RFPs out for roads. Like, I think this summer is our window. I think whatever resources we need to make sure that we make an impact for the citizens of Pinole is my priority moving into this budget cycle. Yeah, please, Mayor.
Just to circle back about the comment I had, I would love staff to just give back a report the next time. I mean, maybe it's too big of a word to say report, but just to bring back the assessment of every single department's memberships and where and how much those are and what's must-haves and what's we like to have, because I'm counting a lot of numbers and every department of each department's level of memberships and associations, and those numbers are starting to, they can make an impact in our cost savings. I'm not sure at this point what staff has considered as like what are mandates of the associations we need to be a part of and what are nice to have. So it'd be nice to do some comparatives and have that at our next budget cycle, because we have to be more aggressive. So I think that would be something to look at. I think there's a lot of, again, each department assessing that would be great. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Seeing no other items, we'll go ahead and move on to, I think we got public comment in, we got everything in. Okay, so we'll move on to item B. I'd like to suggest
It looks like there's a public comment.
Oh, was there public comment?
No. No, we've concluded public comment for
this item.
For 12A,
right? And so
yes.
we're looking for item B, 12B. I would suggest, since we have 20 minutes to hear this item, that we would continue this item to our next scheduled meeting. So I'll motion to continue this item to our next scheduled meeting.
So moved. That's okay.
Okay. Mayor Tafe?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
Aye.
Councilmember Sasai.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
This is the CIP, correct?
Yes, correct.
Yes.
And Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, Director, apologize for that. It's running late, and but we very much want to hear your presentation next meeting. So thank you for staying with us and going through the meeting. Okay, so we have our second item for citizens to be heard. Are there any citizens to be heard, Madam Clerk?
Looks like it.
Right.
Anthony Vosbrink.
All right.
I'll try to keep this brief. I first wanted to take less than a minute to echo the previous public commenters during the first Citizens to be Heard session this evening with regard to requesting and asking the general public and citizens of Pinole to vote no on Measure D. And I think they pretty much touched most of the reasons and basis for that. And then to emphasize that being in the financial situation that the city is now faces, obviously, with a $4.2 million plus deficit moving forward. I think most of the city councilmen and mayor that were involved in endorsing and pushing for Measure D to pass, that they take it upon themselves individually and as a group to spend more time and emphasis with regard to helping fix the budget or our financial situation moving forward. And it seems odd to me that for one reason or another, in the past few months with council meetings, budget meetings, and financial subcommittee meetings, that there were several absentees that did not partake in the meeting, and therefore the meeting had to be canceled or postponed. And a lot of that was without public notice until the last minute. And that's not a very good look for those city council members that were on that subcommittee or supposed to be staffing that meeting to be MIA, absent. Moving forward, I would like to also request that my request and others in the community over the past several meetings and months to improve the security of the Bayfront Ohlone Park has gone totally ignored. You know, I hadn't got one response from any council person, not one response from any staff member, etc. in the city. But the lady that was here tonight that wanted to talk about the herbicides at the dog park, that was an old issue. I addressed that one 4 or 5 years ago, and I have the answers for that if she wants to contact me.
Thank you,
personally, so
thank
we
you,
don't have
Speaker.
to waste staff time and money on doing that, but I would ask again to
Thank you, Speaker.
and put on the agenda for
Thank-
discussion the Bayfront Park public health, safety, security with the
Thank you, Speaker.
with lighting.
Your time's
Security cams there, whether you get
your
the
time's up, Speaker. Thank you.
or not.
Thank you. Any additional comments, please email staff. Thank you, Speaker.
And I just wanted to remind
Thank you, Speaker. You're out of order.
under the
Speaker.
Brown Act, you can discuss it for further discussion.
Speaker.
as well as
Thank.
further agenda
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Oops, do we have any other citizens to be heard?
No, that concludes public comment.
Okay, so, not sure, City Attorney, how we, so we,
Yeah, so we
Continue the
can adjourn the regular meeting and let everyone go home, and then
Okay.
we will convene to closed session, and we will close out the closed session and report out of closed session at the next regular meeting.
Okay.
If there is a report.
all right. Okay, so we'll adjourn the regular city council meeting of May 19th, 2026 in remembrance, to May 19th, 2026 in remembrance of Amber Schwartz, and now reconvene our closed session meeting and report out at our next meeting. All right, thanks. Thanks, everybody. Good night.